what's up, guys? We're live. It is Thursday night. It's not a great night. We have no internet. We are running off the cell phone. Yay. So, let me think about what we can do. I don't even think I can edit the stream. Let me think. So, we're running off of cell phone hotspot. I just figured, if we're going to be no internet, might as well be no internet and still say hi to each other. What a disappointment if you think about it. It's a Thursday night week, and we have no internet on one of those valuable nights of the week. And then on top of that, we're supposed to be celebrating hitting 100,000 subscribers, and we can't do that. And all of this is because the whole business has a bottleneck where it depends on Spectrum actually being a good product, and it's not. How terrible, man. I can officially say Spectrum's... Holy cow, dude. That's so bad. Let me hit refresh over here. No, there's no internet. Oh! Is there internet? Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Oh, it might be coming back up. Wait. Karis was just talking to them. Hold on. It might be up right now. I could have gone live at 1, by the way. I've just been sitting here. Planned maintenance, no time when it's back, they said. It looks like it might be back up. Hold on, let me see. Wow, the timing of that. Oh my gosh. So it took about 40 minutes. So it was down for 40 minutes. So this was planned maintenance from them apparently, but I'm really not surprised that it took so long. So if you guys will give me a moment, I'm going to go ahead and change the internet over to the router now, okay? So I'll disappear for a second. Here we go. Jump back over here. All right, so hopefully this starts working. How are we doing? Is it working? So it looks like the internet may have just started back up as we started the Wi-Fi, the hotspot stream. Let's see. It looks like it's back up. So unfortunately, the only downside is we had to start 40 minutes late, but that's better than not starting. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. I can't promise it doesn't go back down tonight. It might do that. Spectrum's, here's the deal. Lake of the Ozarks is growing a lot. And if you just drive slightly up the road from here, like a minute up the road, they're doing a massive project up there. They got half the road cut off, there's cones. They got all these machines. They got like these big, basically it looks like they're taking everything that was above ground and putting it underground, all the wires. So there's this massive project going on out here. It's like a electricity update or something. I'm betting Spectrum's part of that. So I'm betting that they're affected by that. So that's my suspicion. We went out tonight to go pick up some food, and we noticed there was a bunch of activity up there. So that's probably it. And it may affect us multiple nights in the future, too. All right, so tonight's stream shall say, 100K giveaway celebration. Live card shop. All right, not a very fancy thumbnail here. It begins tonight. It's going to last a couple nights, though. It's not going to be done in one night. There's just too much to give away, and we want it to take longer than 2 seconds. We don't want to just hand it all out to one person. So we want a chance for multiple people to stop by, because there's a lot of people who hit that subscribe button over the years. All right. Man, that is so annoying. The internet being down on a Thursday night, on the night when I'm supposed to celebrate. That's so stupid, dude. I was actually kind of already accepting the idea that it could be down the entire night because I was thinking it's the road work. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's got to be this road work. Let me go ahead and open this up. Okay. All right. Very good. All right. Pop that in there. So there's our lovely website. We've now received quite a lot of new orders on that website. New people are hitting up that website. I think that's pretty significant, actually. I think it shows that not having a website all these years might have caused us to lose a lot of sales. All right. So live menu, Pokemon packs, home, default sorting. Huh. I heard Mike's side say he added a thing to the menu. It looks like it's cool to be able to add stuff, but I think it needs to be organized. Like I noticed the shipping's kind of all the way on the last page now. It all needs to be organized. So I was telling Karis this, the landing page should be categories, not booster packs. It should be categories. We'll work on that. So the website will continue to evolve. Let me go ahead and throw this away. We don't need that. And then let's make sure that we ping the... I'm sure Alex did, actually, because Alex was there, wasn't he? So we're jumping over here. Yes, Mr. Alex did ping. And then I might ping over here. All right. I don't normally ping this Discord server, but now we have pinged it. And then let's see what's going on. So from earlier, we had a couple incompleted orders, correct? Let's just see. Let's not miss any of those. I think it looks like we serviced that one. So Hathim, Dan, Javier. Oh, Javier Arroyo paid 45 for the Gengar. So let me go back to Slab Away and fix that. Javier with a J. J-A, he's down here somewhere. There it is. So this should actually be 475. Boop. All right, so that's been fixed. Good. Okay, then we've got, so Jesse Salinas, 3 hot prismatic packs. And Emmanuel Valencia, 1 Sneaker Bunko Volume 2 pack. Sneaker Bunko Volume 2 pack. And Mr. Alex, 3 151 Korean. Glad to make it to the milestone. Congrats, what a journey. Perfect, perfect. Actually, you know, it's funny. It fell below 100,000. So we fell below 100,000 while I was out having dinner. Go ahead and hit refresh on this. All right, cool, man. So that's very nice. 100K. Let me fix this cat. I don't like the way this looks. 100K celebration. Let me go take. Let's go get a celebration emoji. All right, we're gonna go ahead and copy this. Good. Oh, the music is playing from the last page. I didn't notice that before. Oops, didn't mean to do this either. Yes, we're actually 2 subscribers away from 100,000 now. I'm looking at it right now. So it's kind of funny. We lost a couple subscribers while I was eating dinner. I think that's probably because some people, some goofballs heard that I hit 100K and they say, I don't like this guy. That they left. So they're party poopers. Get them out of here. So Austin Albert was the last person to get an order on the website. Let me hit refresh on that. Number 348. Let me change the status of this. Whoa. Completed. Okay, update. Did it work? Okay, let me go back to orders. We're celebrating again then. I just subbed. Hey, what's up, buddy Zilla? How's it going, man? I'm glad you subscribed. Okay, there it goes. Cool. All right, so the website moves really slow when you try to change something. It takes a while for it to load. Very interesting. Oh, it's so nice having the music playing. Let's go ahead and reset Nightbot as well. We'll want Nightbot working tonight. Good. All right, well, let's just see. Is everything in order? Let's go ahead and start. Yes, look at all these wonderful cards. Our goal, to hit $5,000 in giveaways. Ooh, so this is interesting. We got to get out of here. So now to see the live chat, things have changed about that too. Let's go to the TheCardconomist. Let's click on our new live stream. Click. And are we watching? Skip this. Okay. Ah, perfect. And so how do I get this into live stream? Not live stream. Here it is, pop out chat. And then we've done. Okay, perfect. I got the chat back up. Thank you to Mr. Rain Bryan for helping me out on that. Okay. Cool, man. So, first of all, it is just a normal Thursday night, too. If you guys are wanting to place an order for cards, we're going to be accepting orders and opening up cards the whole time. Toss this out. Think of the giveaways like fireworks. You ever shoot off fireworks at home? You probably start off with the junky, dumb fireworks and end with the best ones. So that's kind of how we'll go, okay? Oh, so we have a new break. Cool. It's a modern alt-art Lucario Melmetal break. Super nice. The Rockets Tyranitar staff card is up to 12 out of 26. That's a lot of progress. We have this vintage, look at this. This guy's actually got a green label because he's on sale. We got this vintage Blastoise Sealdos card. We have the Pack Split. Pack Split has not been popular. No one's jumping in it. Too expensive, perhaps. Here's our 100K celebration, 100K card that we had started that we did not finish. Well, this is definitely separate from the $5,000 we're supposed to give away. I'm going to set that to the side. That one's on hold now. This is pretty cool, too. This Rocket's Houndoom. Okay. Oh, we were talking about potentially hosting a Dark Slowking. So let me think about how we normally host the slab break. So we normally do have this lightning break. And we normally do have this bow tie break, the rare candy break. And we've got this bonus vintage card break. But then we also have down here the Heartbreak break. So we kind of have a lot already. So I don't think we're going to add any other breaks to the table. So the breaks are set up and they're not changing now. Dark Slowking is dope. Yeah, he is dopey. I'm kind of a tech nerd. What? Doghouse says, I don't care about giveaways. The Heartbreak, I love that set. It's a very good break. I hope you guys jump in that one. I think that one will sell itself. You know, sometimes I kind of judge the sell velocity of a card or even a break. And for that one, I rank it as top tier. That one's definitely going to go off on its own. Ooh, my phone's really hot. So is this because of the hotspots? Let me turn the hotspot off. There we go. Okay. All right. Now, let's take care of those orders from the daytime stream. Jesse Salinas, 3 prismatics. Is Jesse Salinas here, perchance? He probably gone to bed because we started so late. We started almost at 2 a.m. I was supposed to start at 1 a.m. So sad. Ooh, I love these. These are like booster pack holders. Where can I put this? I wonder. Let me put this over here. We opened up 2 vintage booster packs, and we are. Been years in the making. Huge congratulations. It's Average Player. How's it going, Average Player? Yeah, we slowed down at one point, didn't we? Did you notice we had like a big surge and then a slump, and now we're back to it. We're back. We dragged ourselves across the finish line. It's tough, man. Getting traction on YouTube's definitely a competition. It is. It's very tough. We have Hydrapple. We got this little Hollow Energy. Daisy Sun. Hello, Daisy Sun. I was asleep. I just woke up 15 minutes ago. It's 3 here now. If you're... Ooh, Riolu Master Ball is pretty good. If you're in Australia, you have the advantage. Because 2 a.m. in the morning in the United States is like... what time is it? Is it like morning over there? I don't know. No, it's not morning. It's like afternoon or something. I don't know what time it is. There it goes. All right. Mr. Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse Salinas, he's been around for a little while. Let's see. How do you join the giveaway? CKI, how do you join? It's a Nightbot giveaway, so basically there'll be a keyword that you type into chat, and then you'll be chosen at random. All right, looks like we're creating a new baggie. Yeah, which he actually said in the message. I just didn't read it. It's almost 7 p.m. Okay, so it is dinner time. That's what it is. It's dinner time by the time I go live. Very nice. Dark and Stormy here. Came across the page in 2019. Your channel got me back into the hobby, says Nathan Doomlau. Is it Doomlau? Nice, dude. Glad to hear that. Riolu is my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, I feel like we definitely helped trigger the big Pokemon boom. I did my fraction of help. I'm sure a lot of other YouTubers did too, but I think I was one of the biggest YouTubers at the time who suddenly just made this big switch into Pokemon and just said, oh yeah, I'm investing in this. And they just said that over and over again for a long time. And then all of a sudden, my YouTube channel for Pokemon was doing a lot of work. Emmanuel Valencia, one sneaker bunko. So, where am I storing that? I actually do not know. Sneakies, huh? Let's see. What's this? Put this back. Oh, I didn't know this was a box. All right, let's check this. Haha. They say one? You got Mr. Emmanuel, one sneaky bunko. All right. Yeah, I've been collecting Pokecoins, says Janice. Yeah, those are fun. They're a bit niche, but they're fun. They got their place. Here we are. All right. They're just an old vintage toy I had when I was a kid, and I thought they were really fun that way. The fact that they draw a lot of attention tells you that, you know, that they've got some value. The question is how much value. And there's the Hasbro coins, and then there's the regular TCG coins. Can you do all right? So that's for Mr. Emmanuel, who's got a bag somewhere over here. Here you go, Mr. Emmanuel. All right. Holy cactuar, says Alex. That's what Alex said. All right. Been 6, almost 7 years since I joined. What? Nuh-uh. Here's Bandai Cardos. Here's Lunala. Here's the Bounty. So the Bounty, we had a couple guys in the daytime stream. We need to go into the Bounty. Who were they? It was, I guess I should have done it in the daytime stream. I can remember it more clearly. Somebody won a break. That person goes in. It was, shoot, who won that break? Javier Arroyo. Javier Arroyo won the break. Okay, he goes in. Okay, so he goes in. Michael Pettiford, I think, should go in more than once for his pulls in the Metazoos. Okay. Technically, it was one order, but he got some pretty big hits in there. Michael Pettiford. Here you go, Mr. Michael. One more person needs to go in there. Does anyone remember? Yeah, that's a pretty good bounty, isn't it? So this is a Poker Charizard for the bounty. It's worth about, I think it was like 240, something like that. One more person. Who was the last person? Somebody pulled, technically they pulled an SIR. Oh, yes. So, Shahir. There we go, Shahir. Mr. Shahir has popped in the last couple days, and he's suddenly a big customer. There you go, Mr. Shahir. So he pulled an SIR, and I like Brett Love. Did he pull something that we can claim puts him into the bounty? I don't think he did. I'm trying to remember everything he opened. Brett Love, he did a really big opening, but unfortunately, he didn't pull a card that warrants a bounty. All right, put this over here. And now let's get these up into that bounty. Time is wild, Mr. COVID was almost 6 years ago. Yeah, time moves pretty fast when you're not looking. I'm getting old, man. Ah, the bounty. Yep. Time moves fast. Karis is feeling old. It's kind of a depressing feeling, to be honest. Pokemon keeps me young, maybe. There we go. Unnaturally young. How much subs are left? How many Subway sandwiches? None. Subway sandwiches aren't even good, bro. My leg hairs are gray. No! All right, so let's take a quick look at the subscribe count, because we lost a couple subscribers. So we're actually missing 2 subscribers from 100K, believe it or not. We hit 100K over the lunchtime stream, the daytime stream, and then I think after that ended, some people went and unsubscribed, funny enough. So we need 2 more for it to be 100K. Here's Sweet Coon. So if you're brand new watching this, smash that subscribe button. Of course, most of you guys probably know me, though. I think most of you guys are not new. Yoga mat sandwiches. Oh, yeah. Mister, you're moving soon. Be happy. I don't think we'll be moving soon. We might be moved by, I don't know, next year, summer at best, if we move, because it's not 1,000% certain that we do, but it's feeling like we should move. Did my last order go through on the website from the daytime stream, says Albert? Albert, let me hit refresh and take a look at that. So, Albert, let's see. You had a Nathan Norman, and he had ordered $40 for the Nami break. And then Mr. Albert had ordered 5 Pokey Shuffles. Oh, that did go through, and we did not service that. I did not realize that was a fresh new order. Here you go. All right, Mr. Austin Albert. Should have been Pokey Shuffles. Celebration lasts until Saturday. Well, really, it lasts until all $5,000 are handed out, which could take a minute. I don't know how fast it is to hand out $1,000. I mean, we could go through it like that, you know, super fast, but it's going to take a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Very nice. Every week it's a new place, says Charles. No, that's not true. We've been in this home for what, 3 years now, and I'm always analyzing our next move. I'm always analyzing the smartest thing in life that I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's why I'm moving to New York. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so you pulled something called 2 Live Customs out of the box. That immediately gets reloaded into the Pokey Shuffles, and now you get 2 of these. Got 1, and we got 2. 2, that's 2 cold ones. All right, so those were your 2 Live Customs. Mr. Austin, unfortunately, it didn't land you anything, but it was kind of cool. You got 2 Live Customs, and they were cold. That's how that can go sometimes. What could have happened was you could have pulled a big pull out of those Live Customs, because the Live Customs, those are also custom booster packs that give you a chance for a slab, and the slabs on the Live Customs are actually bigger than the ones in the Pokey Shuffle, okay? Yes, Mister's coming to New York. Nah, no way. No, we're probably... so last night, I was just doing lots of research, and it looks like the top choice really is Tennessee. Tennessee's the top choice right now. All right, let's see. Sounds like a place I would never choose to move to, but the more you read about it, you're like, oh, this is not too bad. So here's Alex, 151 Korean. 151 Korean. We are. Tennessee is kind of like one of those flyover states where you can't really think of why you would move there. No one's really thinking about it. It's not a big name. And yet, they have no tax status. And then you look into their cost of living, it's super low. So, and then it's kind of like underbuilt. Like there's tons of land, there's tons of cheap homes, there's tons of lake houses. They have a lot of lakes, it turns out. Their biggest city is Nashville, and you can go buy an actual lake house in Nashville. Unfortunately, one of those costs like $2 million. But then they got a smaller city called Knoxville, and they got lake houses near Knoxville too. That might be the move. Knoxville and a place called Chattanooga. They both have lake houses located within the city. So yeah, it's very interesting. You can just go get a little lake house, kind of living like the way we're living now. And see, we can pick something like an out-of-the-way lake house because we don't have to drive into work. So that works for us. We have like an advantage that way. Ooh, Polywhirl. Master Ball Polywhirl. Daytime. I saw the New York video where the homeless guy takes a dump in a janitor's cleaning bucket. Ugh. Rats are the size of dogs in New York. Is it just New York City that's an issue, or is it the whole state? So I think New York City is really distinct from upstate New York, right? So the rest of New York is more like a regular state. However, it doesn't matter where you live, you always have to pay the state tax within the state of New York. But I think if you're outside the city, you don't have to pay the city tax. So I believe there's a city tax. Go, Mr. Alex. Very nice. It's a fun subject. It's a subject that dominates my thoughts, I think, all the time about the optimal place to live in the United States. The optimal place to live might be Tennessee. Very cheap. Cheap homes, lots of land. And the weather's decent. Look into the weather. They have warmer winters and cooler summers. Very strange. You don't think of Tennessee that way. They have the Smoky Mountains, which when I hear Smoky Mountains, I think of, well, shucks. That's what I think of. But no, if you think of them as separate from being part of the South, they're actually just really beautiful. That's it. They're just really beautiful. Really big, beautiful hills. And Yeah, I've seen lots of pictures of it now. They like to build big cabin homes out there. So that's a temptation. That's a different kind of home. That's a temptation on its own. This is a staff card. This is not merely a hollow. This is Meganium staff. Take a look at that. Ooh. I did 10 more Poke Shuffles. Nice. All right, cool. So, but before we do that, let me click on this. So we have CS Man, doing a big order. CS Man, Hathim, Miss Janice, one spot in the Heartbreak, the rest on Poke Shuffles. So Miss Janice most likely ordered ahead of you, so we're going to take care of her before we do yours, okay? Because that's the rules. We got to do it in order, right? Now, as for the giveaways, let's get started. So first, we have this $45 Eevee. Not a very complicated card, is it? The keyword shall be 100K, okay? Do you have the rare Pikachu? The rare one. Wow. There. So this is part of our big 100K giveaway. Pretty cheap card, but they get more expensive. Okay. Okay. Click. We got Darren. Mr. Darren. 2 is Andy Man. These are Karuta cards. They're a bit strange. Miss Janice. Doghouse. Ostara. And CS Man. There goes. Very nice. Ready? Landing on 2, Andy Man. Congratulations, Andy Man. Okay, Mr. Andy Man. Very good. Slab number 2. Hey, this one's kind of... Oh, let's keep track of it too, shall we? Did I get a new card for it? I think we're supposed to track it or something, aren't we? I need some way to know how much we've handed out. Is this it? Yeah, okay, this will work. House of Night. Hey, what's up, man? Andy. Man. 45 bucks. So we got this cute Psyduck, and he's 125. So he'll be the next one. That is 6, Psyduck. Yeah, he got a nice pristine grade. Let me tell you something about these Karutas. You can send in like 40 of them, and only one gets a pristine. They're really hard to get pristine on. So this costs a lot to grade, and instead of making any money on it, we're just handing it out. I'm going to hit reset all entries. You're going to see that a lot. Reset entries. So now you have to type it all over again, okay? Okay, now, CS-Man, get Sandslash paid. Picture, please. All right, we're going to jump over to Sandslash. Let's see. That's going to be under slab away. Here we are. And we're going to go ahead and pay this one off. Click. And did you say something? You sent me a message in Discord. Is that what you said? No. Oops, let me mark this on red. Ugh. All right, so this card over here is yours. That's Joshua Rodriguez. Let me pull the whole thing down. Ugh. Aha. Ugh. All right. Wow. Mr. Haymeyer's probably having a good day. I think I spelled his last name wrong there. So we'll jump over here. Now all you need to do, when that one comes up in auction, just bid $1,500 on it. There you go. That'll protect the price. Ah, there's the channel. It's getting hard to navigate this Discord server. There's so many channels in it. Maybe I should put, I should put all the picture channels at the bottom. That's what I should do. All right, very good. And we got to create a card for Mr. Anthony Haymeyer. He might already have one, in fact. Set this here. Been stopping by for years. Always forget to ship my stuff, so it's always donated. Oops. We appreciate your donation. Let's see. Uh-huh. Aha. So it was at 0. Okay. Very awesome card. Yes. And we'll put this in here now. Wow, record time, 3 days. That's pretty good, huh? Let's go ahead and do a calculation now. Okay. So he actually gets $1,095. That's his cut. There it is, since I sold it on consignment. Pretty interesting. There it goes. That's really not bad. I mean, it worked, weirdly enough. Like an alchemist, I was here. Salesman changed the skin to Pokemon cards. Wow, record time. Very awesome card. So let's go ahead and rotate this. Here's Iron Thorns. Here's Kadabra. Here's Diglett. Oh, nice. Now we've got an order from Mr. Thim, box of MetaZoo Chrome. Wow. We're selling all of our MetaZoo Chromes. Let me go grab that. We don't have much left. Okay, I brought in the last 4 boxes. We got 4 boxes left, and then they're gone. Okay. Oh, it is 20 per box. I didn't realize that. Why didn't I notice that before? How much do these cost per box? I just lowered them to $2 to get rid of them. Are we like way underselling these? No, we're not way underselling. We might be slightly underselling though. I can see our price is lower than the, let me check the last sold. You got to find like a full-size box. Looks like it actually does sell pretty close to 40, but we're slightly cheaper than the cheapest buy now. Actually, we're like 5 to 10 bucks cheaper, it looks like. All right, Thim, that's pretty nice. Mr. Thim. How many packs in a box? I want a box. So it's 20 packs in a box. One whole box is just $40. Yeah, pretty fun to open. And I got 3 boxes left, and then it's all gone. There we go. Jump on Phantasmal pre-order. Tossing this away. Oh. I just bought a new drift boat. A drift boat? What's a drift boat? I don't think I've heard of that before. We sold our boats. I'm so happy we sold them. Because they get older each year and less valuable. So if you're not using them, you're just losing. They're just depreciating. And we weren't using ours. I work too much. When will I have time to use my boat? I work all the time. We are. That's a retired man's toy, not mine. You're retired, you go boating. Snip this. You really do just kind of bounce around on the water, and that's it. And you're like, all right, here we are. What do we do? You just get like a different view of the water. Like, oh wow, we're on the water now. we could have been on the banks of the water. Now we're on the water. Wow. Mind blowing. And this only cost what, 40,000? How do I pre-order it? How do you pre-order it? How do you place an order? Well, you could use our website, or you can go to the description of the live stream. And, oops, if you go to the description, you can order there too. This might be easier to, I don't know. You choose whatever's easier for you. The website's a brand new thing. I don't think it's listed on the website yet. So you will probably have to place a custom payment on the website for 40 bucks. So that's an option. You just click on it. It's called custom payment. There we go. There's an auction for the gold duck. I'm going to get Thart. You're going to get Thart? We are. The gold duck hasn't gone up in price the way some of the other cards have. It's funny. I've held Rocky Returns so long. I know all the secrets. I know all of them. We are. Okay. You drink and fish and have topless women twerking on boats. That'd be nice, but I actually don't. I don't have multiple women with their boobs out. We are white thing. Yeah, very nice. What is one of them you think I should get? I like the gold duck art a lot. You want me to look for real? Let's see. I'll tell you. I don't know if I would buy another gold duck into my collection. PSA 10 returns. Let's say Rocket Returns. Okay, we're going to choose auction. Okay, we're going to choose, actually, we're going to choose highest price, because that'll give us a clue. There's Suicune, there's Dark Gyarados, Dark Muk, Dark Golduck, who's sitting at 300. There's a reason why he's at 300, though, in my opinion. There is the Magnemite, Dark Golbat. Oh, I love this Pokeball. This Rocket Ball one looks fun, doesn't it? Let's see. Is that the actual Dark Dragonite 10 listed for $9,000 in auction? Wow. Is that real? Do you get like buyer guarantee on that one? Is that real? So he placed that in auction for $9K. I wonder if that one sells. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, it's crazy, Mr. CS Man. When I see the prices on the Rocket Returns collection, I just kind of don't buy it anymore. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, you might place a bid on the Dark Golduck. If you could get the Dark Golduck around 600, 700, that probably wouldn't be a big deal. Question is, will it really go for that? Would I spend $1,000 on it? No. The only one in the entire list that looks really good to me is the Dark Gyarados, but that one's already appropriately up to 2.5. Sometimes you got to think carefully about what you want, because if you buy a lot of lower level slabs, you don't have the money you need to buy a higher level slab. Here's Piasa Bird. Here's Tripodero. Here we are. Yeah, you know, if I had infinite money and I could pick those slabs between them to pick the best one for investment, it would be the Suicune and the Dark Gyarados. That's the thing. They already cost a lot. But it reflects the fact that they're better investments. I'm placing at max 600. Then if I get overbid, I'm going to let it go. We are. Here's Dingle Bell. Yeah, I don't trust the Golduck. You know, I've been selling Pokemon cards a long time, Mr. CS Men, and have you ever seen me sell a Golduck? Golducks just don't sell very easily. They're kind of like Raichu. People want Pikachu. They don't want Raichu. Same with Golduck. They want Psyduck. They don't want Golduck. It's kind of unfair. Is she groping him? All right. Thank you, Mommy. Let's see. Mommy. Mr. Thoughts on the current state on the government shutdown? Well, yeah, I do have some thoughts on that. This is a political question. I actually think it's hurting Republicans. I wasn't sure how it would play out, but I actually do think it hurts Republicans. I think they're losing the optics war, the image war, right? I think it's easier for the Democrats to disrupt the government, and that's actually a win for them. And for the Republicans, I think they played a sort of, it'll actually rebound onto you, Democrats, and I don't think that's working. It is. So I don't know what they do next. Maybe they get rid of the filibuster. I actually learned about the filibuster, like what it is, how it was developed, and it wasn't originally part of the Constitution. It was made later. It was just sort of this rule that they made up a little bit later that wasn't meant to be used to block legislation. It wasn't thought of that way. It's more like they discovered it could be used that way. And it started getting used in order to block, get this, civil rights for black people. So it had like a nefarious past where the Senate would block like equality using the filibuster. And then it just kind of stuck around and it became a tool of the Senate to make the Senate sort of behave in a sort of way where a simple majority would not work in the Senate. You actually had to get help from the other team in the Senate to pass a bill because you could have 51% of the Senate, but that's not enough to pass a bill. You have to get past the filibuster. So now the Republicans are talking about getting rid of the filibuster. Maybe they will. I think that also looks kind of bad. No number on Eternal Snowflake. Hey, look, Eternal Snowflake, guys. What do you think of that? Eternal. They like to say that in politics a lot. Well, he's a snowflake. There it is. So they might get rid of the filibuster. I don't know. I think that the politicians generally like the filibuster because it forces the two teams to have to cooperate with each other. You know, if the Republicans get rid of it, that means that next time the Democrats have a supermajority, Democrats get to do anything they want. Maybe that's the way that the government was initially designed, was to let the two teams do that. Some Republicans argue that if the Republicans don't get rid of the filibuster, the Democrats are just going to do that right back to them the next time they have a supermajority because they're saying it's reached that point. It's reached this point where everything is so crazy and severe that there's no way you'll ever get an agreement between the two parties. So they're saying, might as well be us. We might as well be the ones to take it down. Okay, we got battles. We got the Piazza Bear. Kind of boring, but yeah, that's that is the nature of it. And as for the shutdowns, I think it makes the Republican Party look kind of nutso. But the reason I feel it doesn't work with the Republican Party is because Donald Trump did a couple things that don't look right during the shutdown. Number one, he gave a bunch of money to Argentina, it was urgent because he wanted to manipulate the Argentina elections, but it also looked bad. The other thing, tearing down the White House to build a ballroom. I know that was one of his goals, but he should have waited till after the shutdown to do that because the optics on it just look really bad. It's sort of like a let them eat cake kind of thing, you know. Your Highness, the people are starving. Are they? How's my ballroom coming along? So it's just, that was a mistake. That was a political mistake. He could have waited on that. It was not an emergency. All right, we got Growth Medizu. Also, he's begun this sort of war on drugs where he's blowing up the boats in South America, Venezuela. So he's kind of going to war with Venezuela. He's doing regime change. Some people like that. Some people think, hey, maybe this is not our biggest goal, priority. He's not really working on affordability for Americans. And I actually don't like the drugs myself. I think it's good to get rid of drugs, especially fentanyl is very dangerous. But the focus has to be on helping people with affordability. And we are not seeing a lot of that. So I think it's a weakness for the Republican Party, and now they got to do something right away about it. It's not a good situation for them because if they give in to the Democrats for the bill, it'll make the Donald Trump's party look like they had a loss, basically, which they don't want that either. They want to look like winners. That's sort of like their identity isn't, their identity as a party isn't sort of like making compromises, which is what they need to do here is probably make some sort of compromise. But they're not going to do that. My bet is the filibuster is gotten rid of, and that'll be controversial. Here we are. Okay. He gave Mandani a huge win. I don't dislike Mandani, by the way. He seems like a chill guy. I like that he's young. You know, maybe he will like grow into the position of being New York mayor. I don't agree with some of his ideas, his policies like government food. I don't think you need to do that. Let the private sector do the grocery stores. And if people are struggling with food, we already have a system for that. It's called SNAP benefits. So you know, I don't like the idea of the government doing grocery stores. It's like the government can just hand out food stamps. It's much more efficient that way. There we go. All right, that was one whole box. Woo! That was terrible. Hathim, you got one Mothman. How did Michael Pettiford get like 3 numbered cards and you get one Mothman? Wow. So these boxes are not balanced. You get a cold box or a hot box. Yeah, Mr. Mamdani, I'm not huge on like increasing taxes or government grocery stores. I do think you have to make life better and you have to help young people. I think young people are often an ignored group. I do think he's kind of chosen as a, I think he was chosen as a sort of FU toward the Republican Party as well. But New York's always been sort of a blue state. Like, I don't think very much about their candidate ever. Like, I never cared about de Blasio. I never cared about Cuomo. None of it ever mattered to me. I don't live there, and it's a Democrat city and a Democrat state. And so what did they have to choose between? They picked, like, the most Democrat. So I think actually a big mistake was all the attention that the Republicans even gave him. Like, they should have never cared. It never mattered. So they gave him a ton of attention, and I think that was also a mistake. Next up, we have Miss Janice, one spot in the Heartbreak Break, and the rest on Pokey Shuffles. All right, we're on to Miss Janice. How's it going, Miss Janice? Here, let's give out a spot in this beautiful Psyduck. Here we have Mr. Eddie. Ooh, Eddie. We're going to say one Eddie. Happy Thursday night, everybody. So glad we got the stream running. And Stefu. Trust me when I say this, I actually don't worry that much about politics. I'm not too concerned about all of it. I think people make it way too big of a deal in their own heads, like they're sweating bullets. I'm not sweating bullets over here. I'm just hanging out with you guys, opening up some Pokemon cards. All right, let's have a sip. Oh, man. Woo! Checking that water, man. Okay. There we go. So, Stefu's on the list. Thank you, Mr. Stefu. Appreciate it, man. Miss Janice, one spot in the Heartbreak and the rest on Pokey Shuffles. Let's get that card written up. New York can vote for their downfall if they want, not my problem. Yeah, like, I never actually cared or worried about whoever runs Illinois or California because I don't live there. It's not my business. Yeah, you can just choose where to live. It's not a big deal. Okay. Let's go grab the Heartbreak. Okay, very nice. I think a lot of the hatred toward Mamdani actually does just come down, not to his stances politically, but to more like identity. I think it's an identity thing. Here goes. So I think that's actually the bigger fear and resentment. So the rest on Pokey Shuffles. So that's $60 of Pokey Shuffles. What is 60? 12 of them? So you get 13 of them. Here it goes. 13 Pokey Shuffles. When your silver play button comes through, you got to show it to us. Well, duh! Of course I got to show it to you guys. I'm excited. Here it is. I pay high taxes because I want the society around me to function. Nah, dude. You're nuts, dude. Here we are. I 1,000% again disagree with that. By the way, I think I showed you that article that after Norway passed high taxes on the rich, they fled. They took flight like a flock of birds. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think that the trick. I'm also not like what do they call those? Anarcho-capitalist. I'm not one of those either. I do believe in taxation. I really do. I just think it has to be smart. That's all. That's all. I never celebrate high taxes because I think the government is just another powerful organization that wants to own me. So I don't trust the government or the corporation. Please, Daddy, take all my taxes. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There we go. No, thanks. we go. Very nice. What do you think about that, Burger Chew? Thoughts on drug legalization to reduce drug use? To what? To reduce it? I don't think that works. I think it increases drug use. Here goes, Miss Janice. We got 1, 2. Like if you could put Fenty on the shelves at Walmart, more people would be doing Fenty. Ooh, more, not less people would do it. Now, you might get rid of some drug dealers. They would go out of business, but the usage would go up, not down. Sneasel. It's Wormadam. All right, one beautiful Articuno coming your way. It's not a bad pull. It's probably not worth 60, though, but he's not a bad pull. I believe it's this one, right? Yes, here you are. Beautiful card. Reduces stigma for treatment. There we go. All right, very nice. Oh, beautiful. If you put fentanyl on the shelves at Walmart, the usage of fentanyl will skyrocket. There it is. It should be stigmatized because it's a bad thing to do. Miss Janice, the whole idea of ending the war on drugs did not reduce the amount of drugs being used. It significantly increased it. Shouldn't I write down Stephen Gonzalez? I'm going to write down Stephen Gonzalez. Here you are. I think it would go down because Peps want that illegal. It would go way up. It would skyrocket. If you could buy it on the shelves at Walmart like candy, it would skyrocket like crazy. I mean, that's just common sense. I did it again. No! All right. Now my precious sleeves. All right. Very nice. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that was already the experiment. The experiment, we're living in experimental times in our society. We're experimenting with all kinds of great new ideas. That's fine. Experiments are fun. We have experimented with deregulating drugs, destigmatizing them, and now you have whole groups of people that stand outside on the streets, and they're all bent over doing drugs. And they're like, the zombie people. And I think we can say without... because remember, I'm from the 90s. I think some of you guys are too. But I think we can say pretty conclusively that it's been a horrible disaster. Did not work at all. Ooh, Tammy, you're next. But first, Mr. Austin, let's hit a refresh on this. All right. It taught me about drugs. The secret ingredient is crime. Drug addicts are victims, need help, not a private jail, putting them as slaves. Now, I kind of get tired of that position as well. I get tired of the endless empathy for the drug users. It's sort of like you can have somebody who's just bumming, like they have no standards and they kind of want to be filthy and they kind of want to do drugs. I don't have any more empathy for that person. They're choosing that lifestyle and they need to stop it. It's like kids, like when you're a kid and you don't want to clean your room and be a good kid, sometimes you need to get smacked by dad. You know what I mean? Like dad comes in, he's terrifying, and he smacks you upside the head and says, "Stop being a loser." That's the police because they didn't have dads or something. I don't know, right? If you just endlessly cry for them and hug them, they're not going to stop doing drugs. They're going to be like, "Sure, you like me doing drugs? I'm going to go do drugs now." So I don't think that actually works. Being too nice does not work. I can have dignity and respect for the person who's addicted to the drug, but they need to be smacked upside the head and say, "You will stop doing drugs. We're not giving you an option." It's not a casual conversation we're having about drugs. Stop doing this or go to jail. And then if they do go to jail, we could give them a special jail for drug addiction where they get treatment. I think that would be great. It would save their life. That's life-saving. But sometimes you got to be tough. You can't just be nice. When you're younger, you think you just have to be nice. So like when you're in your college years, you look at everyone and, if we just hug them, it'll solve it. You will get older and you will experience people in your life where you realize being nice does not solve anything. You got to be tough. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't solve anything. They'll walk all over you because they know you're a pushover. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everyone's different. There's a different method that works with different people. There are plenty of people who just need their ass beat and that's it. And it's just like, it's like that joke George Carlin talked about. He was talking about the subject of motivation. And he said, what if I took a golf club and I just smacked you over the head with it. Now you're motivated, he said. He was making a great observation about motivation. He was making fun of the motivation books. He's like, a motivation book says, oh, you're going to be so great. You're going to be so rich. You're going to be so successful. Oh, he's like, what do you need all that book for? Give me a golf club. It's really funny. And so he was making that observation. Oh, another 2 live. Look at that. All right. Well, maybe this will be the lucky round. Maybe this would be a bad round, Mr. Austin. Oh, no. Austin, you're pulling 2 more live customs. Good luck in there. There we go. Well, we got a controversial subject going on in chat now. I feel like we're known for that. I feel like that's what we do here a lot. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Different people need different solutions. I think strictly empathy does not work. Strictly empathy does not save people. Some people need a little bit of a, grab you by the shoulders and shake you real hard and go, what are you doing with your life? Okay. I guess I can say that because I've witnessed it firsthand now. I've definitely witnessed it firsthand, okay? All right, so what we got? A chance for 2 chances. Help doesn't mean being nice. Help means treatment. No, help means you need the cops in your life. I know that sounds crazy, but I've witnessed it. Here, I'll tell you. Here. Hold on, wait a second. There you go. All right, so that's 2 cold ones, Mr. Austin. I'm so sorry. Austin, why don't I pop you on this giveaway, huh? I'll toss. He's a new guy. We're tossing him in the giveaway. Also, let's pick another guy for the giveaway, too. So we got Ryan Shapiro going on. Here you go, Mr. Austin. Appreciate the order tonight. Let's see. Jump over here. Sometimes you need dad to come around is what I'm trying to say. You need daddy, and he gonna smack your ass, and then you're gonna be like, ooh, thank you, daddy. No, but you're gonna be like, oh, maybe I should stop fooling around. That works on some people. It works really well on some people. Not everybody, but actually a lot of people need that sort of law in their life. Helps them a lot. Here's J-Dog. One more spot in this $100 Psyduck. Ooh. We need more jail. I don't know about it's not just the concept of jail, but I mean like consequences. Consequences need to be real. People, sometimes they don't change their life until they feel like when you're out of shape like I am and you're supposed to be eating less food and you're like, just eat some junk food tonight. And then when the heart attack shows up, then you lose weight, So consequences get you motivated. And I think that's what George Carlin was trying to say in that joke. And it was a clever insight. Ooh. So, yeah, once you have the heart attack, now you want to lose weight. Once a doctor diagnoses you with diabetes, now you want to stop eating sugar. Consequences, they work. Miss Tammy, 10 Crown Zenith, 10 Journey Togethers. Tammy, you're so nice. Let's grab this. Tammy, we're going to do some stuff for the moderators too, okay? All right. Whoa. If you advocate for private jails, you can't be helped. The state-run jail also can... a state-run jail can also give work, but service when you get treated as a human and help society, not a rich owner. I don't really have a lot to say about privately owned jails. They sound like a bad idea, don't they? They sound like a conflict of interest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm actually not an expert on jails. So I don't know. I bet you if I say they're a bad idea, somebody who's in the jail business could come forward and be like, actually, the privately run businesses are ran better. Typically, businesses are more efficient than government bureaucracies. Government bureaucracies are just filled with kids who went to school for theater. But businesses are filled with guys who are good with math and good with efficiency. So you'd be surprised. The private sector beats the government hand over fist over and over and over again. That's the same reason I don't think the government should be in the business of running grocery stores. They should just hand out food stamps. Easy. Just makes more sense. You are? And, yeah, that's all you have to do is increase the food stamps. You don't need to run a government grocery store to try and undercut grocery stores that already barely make any money. Very nice, very nice. I don't think you pulled my 2 live packs. I didn't see them. Wait, did we not pull his 2 live packs? Did I imagine myself pulling his 2 live packs? Albert, I'm getting older, Albert. Did I pull his 2 live packs? Did you pull 2 live customs? Albert, I think my brain imagined doing it. Here we are. Here we are. You know what it is, Mr. Albert. Here, let's go ahead and pull them. We got 1 and 2. That's 2 cold ones. Albert, I'll tell you why I imagined that I'd already pulled these. I was the one who created the live customs, and I already knew what the next 2 pulls would end up being, since the whole box is linear, right? Like, you can actually know the whole pathway of the pulls. And I already knew you missed. So my brain said, ah, darn, dude, that sucks for that guy. And that was why I pulled this up and put your name on it, because I already felt bad, but I never opened the packs. I'm sorry, dude. So, there we go. 2 cold ones. There you go. Crazy, bro. You did it, but off camera. No, I don't think I ever did it. You didn't pull those 2 live customs. I'm sorry, Mr. Albert. We have pulled it now. My bad, dude. Let's see. Let's see. I already knew what your pulls were because I was the one who made the custom boosters. So sometimes my brain actually remembers what's coming next in the box. See, the live customs are interesting. They're not shuffled at all. We don't shuffle the live customs. It's all in a line. The Poke Shuffles are always shuffled, so I never know what's coming out of there. Oh, I should do this correctly, shouldn't I? Hold on. Okay, let me grab another bag. I'm gonna put these 2 cold cards into your bag, so you got a bag now, okay? Get those live customs. They're hot now, says Joshua. It is. I think you want everything given to you and don't understand real life, but I'm gonna stop talking to you. It's pointless. I think when it comes to politics, people got to stop fighting with each other so much, man. It doesn't ever have to be a nasty fight. It doesn't ever have to be that way. It should always be a conversation, you know? And that's a problem with politics. I've tried hosting politics in our Discord server, and it does not end well. It never does. I actually removed the politics channel from the Discord server. People, they don't just want to talk politics like it's some sort of video game they're playing and you're discussing game mechanics. They want to treat it like it's life or death or something like that. And like it's religious, you know, like, hey, that's heresy, that's blasphemy, you're a heretic. So politics is super toxic, man. It's always been toxic. I enjoy it like a video game. I enjoy the sport of it. And that's why I can get involved and never really, you know, it never really stresses me too much. And I bet you that that's a key indicator whether someone will enjoy politics day to day, you know, if it doesn't stress you out at all. So that's what it is. So if you want to know why some people stay away from it probably stresses them a lot. And then some people, they don't care because it doesn't stress them, and that's the trick right there. Here's Reggie Rock. Everyone wants to get so personal. How quickly people go for the throat in political discussion. Well, yeah, because people try to paint each other as good or evil, right? Like, oh, you're the mustache man or something like that. But for me, that doesn't work because I don't really believe in those concepts. Here's Centrit, Pillow Swine, Kilowattrell. We are. All right. To me, it's all like yin and yang. It's all like, to me, it's all like biology. It's all nature, right? So I'm just looking at the human like it's a hairless ape. And I go, okay, this is very easily explained. Here's, ooh, a Noibat. Miss Tammy, what we got for Miss Tammy? Oh my God, it's Noibat! Woo! There we go. Very nice. Hope your mindset changes. Some light enters your life. Let's see. Congratulations on bag 2. What? He's already got a bag? Let's see. No lol, because I did it earlier. I have a bag. He says he has a bag. By the way, did I mention this to you guys? The comment section, we're looking up the live chat differently than before. It's harder to read the live chat now. Ah, right. Because I was sorting you into the wrong box. That was why we didn't find it originally. Here you go, Mr. Austin Albert. Gotcha, man. Sorry about that. Mr. Austin. Tossing you in here. Appreciate it. You want some extra cards? We got some extra cards to give you. Here's some free MetaZoo cards, Mr. Austin. There you go. Little bonus. That's a gift from Michael Pettiford. And now, Tammy, we have 10 Crown Zeniths to open as well. All right. Look at that. They're so nice. I did that chat box change. Politics is a double-sided blade. It's a Beyblade? Miss Tammy. Yeah, it's, you know, it's interesting. I like watching people kind of freak out too. It's a little bit enjoyable. But I think for some people, I think politics genuinely like stresses them. And for me, it's not stressful. That's the trick. It just doesn't stress me. So I can just watch it all day or see it all day. It doesn't stress me out. And none of it really matters to me either. Like the way I see it, if things ever get real bad, I'm just going to move. Okay. No hollows. For me? For me? Tammy's giving me hollows. That's true love. Oh. There we go. 9 months later. There we go. I'm all pregnant. It can be fun, but it also, the text limits are lame. I wish it was more than 160. Thank you so much, Tammy. So how about those Crown Zenithuses? Zenithuses. So we might have 10 of them down here. That would be very convenient. We could put Jennifer Yap into this break. What do you guys think? Would that be silly? She's not here, but she certainly supported the channel like a year ago. She was, her and LaFlame were a big deal, man. Let's see. Okay, so we got these three here. Looks like I need to grab more of them. Do it, mister. That's Philly. Yeah, well, maybe I'm feeling a little Philly, okay? Let me go get some Crown Zenith. I know she likes Psyduck a lot. She probably doesn't own that one. Oh, yeah. I'm back, baby. Woo! 100 Crown Zenith for Tammy. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of these. Ooh. Tammy Tam. How'd your day go, Tammy? Anything special? I'd rather not use Beyblade. My favorite is Shadowless. Quick, while Mister's away. Politics. All right. Ooh. Let's snip it up. Hope you are all doing well tonight. If you hadn't done that, smack the like button. Yeah, what are our likes at? 60. Wow, we only got 66 viewers. That's crazy low for the 100K celebration. I guess that means more free ones for you guys. That's how I see it. No problem. Here we are. Here's this. Let's snip it. Got my loyal followers are here. Of course, it's pretty late at night, too. Some people can't be here because it's so late at night. But that's lower views than the daytime stream, man. The daytime stream was hopping more than this. It's kind of interesting. I feel like the daytime stream has actually gained a lot of... the daytime stream has gained a lot of performance compared to the nighttime stream. Woo. Now back to politics. All women to the draft, says Jay Oliver. That's a controversial subject. It's an interesting one. He is Pettis. We are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of these. Ooh. Now back to politics. All women to the draft, says Jay Oliver. That's a controversial subject. It's an interesting one. He is Pettis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of these. We are. Did you and Quip go to the fanciest restaurant? Nope. Nope. We just had some Mexican food, and it was terrible. It was really bad. Very poor quality. It was like so gristly, and the cuts of meat were so lame. And it was so expensive, too. Yeah, it was really awful. Wait, why did I sleeve that Meowth? I sleeved the glaring Meowth like he's some kind of hit. There you go. Here's Patus. Here is... Ooh, Duskull. Look at that Duskull. Ooh, baby. Ooh, mama. Ooh, daddy. Oh my gosh, I hate my comp. RJ, are you going to check out USJ? Sorry, 100K subs is delayed until November 2026. Hello from Osaka, Japan. Just picked up PSA 10 Eevee. Konnichiwa. Mr. RJ, did your equip go out? More for us. I like the free stuff. I'm watching Mr. on my Switch too. Duskull is chill. Here's Purloin. Here's Zeraora. Rare. Konnichiwa. Here we have, oh, look at that Deoxys. Very nice. So he would be considered like a trainer gallery or alt art, right? Yes, says GG. Very nice. Deoxys looking like he's about to infest the earth because he's like an alien or something, and Rayquaza protects us from him, I guess. Mister, if you ever come to California, I'll invite you to my favorite Mexican restaurant in LA. I bet it's like 1,000 times better, dude. Here we are. Yeah, this place we're eating at is so trash. They use like the worst cuts of meat. I swear to God, they must use like I think I'd rather eat a hot dog. Here's Absol. Ooh. Absol belongs in Hot Topic for sure. That's the most Hot Topic Pokemon if you ask me. And here we have Bo. Oh yeah. And finally we have Turtwig. Wow. Is it just me, Tammy, or does it feel like you got a lot of pulls out of here? Jesus, dude. Rayquaza's Earthbound. So I need to, you just bought 10 of these, and I do need to check to see if they need to be repriced. Okay, guys. So this is an older set, and the price changes pretty rapidly on older sets. She just bought out a nice chunk of them. We just opened a new unit. Wow. I don't know what to say. Duskull, Paris, Turtwig, Absol, Deoxys, Zeraora. Wow. Okay, Miss Tammy. What is this? Oh, yeah, this one says crack on it. Very nice. My dog is farting again. Ew. Still no golden. Rip. Oh, it's just around the corner, Tammy. It's just around the corner. Okay. I need to know if Crown Zenith has changed very much. I got a feeling it probably has. Crown Zenith. Da-da-da. Okay. Let's see. Really like this product, and we seem to have really good ones. Go deep. It's in the next pack. It's in the next pack, Tammy. He said it, not me. Why would he lie to you? Why would he lie? He seems like he would never lie. I think he's telling the truth. I know I'm being a little bit quiet over here, but I want to study this Sea and Sky prices a little bit. I really like this product. Okay, so, dude, my calculator always gets closed, and I don't close it. How does it get... Freaking computer. 14, right? Okay. All right, so it looks like I am going to probably scoop one of these up. We're going to actually restock it. Well, maybe not tonight, actually. Yeah, we won't restock it tonight. Yeah, we're trying to build up some cash at the moment, aren't we? All right, let me move this over here. It's such a solid, good product, you know? Would you have any Pokemon slabs under 20 that you would be willing to sell, and I would be willing to travel? What? That's such a strange question. All right. That's a strange question. Excuse me. Let me check the website now. We're going to see if there's any new orders on the website. Sent some orders in Zelle. Nice. We're going to do our best to get all the orders exactly in order. So we care a lot about the queue. I think we just finished checking the website. Website's the same. So there's no fresh orders on the website. And now let's see what the oldest order is. So yours is 244. And this one is 230, which makes it older. Mark J. Valerian. No hollows, please. 1 box of Pokemon Japanese Ancient Roar. Ooh. Ancient Roar time, baby. All right. Meet me behind Applebee's in the white truck. I have free Pokemon there. Free Pokemon? Mom! All right, be right back. Kitty started hunting me. She was waiting for me. Here we go. She was hiding in the hallway, and then when I came out, she leapt on me. She pounced on me. She knew I was coming. She's so cute, man. She's such an annoying cat. Yeah, she's getting older, and she's getting so annoying. She's really crazy. She won't eat her own food. She only wants our food, and she's so persistent about it. Haha. My parents didn't, and my parents said to never accept candy from a stranger, but they never said anything. Yeah, but so my name's Derek. What's your name? See, we're not strangers anymore. Here's some candy, kid. Look at this Lucario. Dude, we're totally giving this one away, too. Here we go. We're going to give away a quick drawing. That sounds awesome. Okay, let's grab this. Very nice. Good. Albert. Mister, you're going to stab my back, bro. You just stab my back, bro. We are. My dogs are amazing, says the Doghouse. Tossing this. And peeling that back. There it goes. Oh. This is for our good friend Mark J. Valerian. He's kind of new, and he's really generous. I like you, Mark. You open up big stuff. It's really cool, man. I hope you pull some exciting things and put together a great collection. I have a very vocal Sammy. Sammy? Like sandwich? Yeah, like a ham Sammy? All right. Can we zoom out slightly? Give him the hits. Is this the set that the Salamence I pulled comes out of? The Salamence. This is a really nice Salamence in this set, but I don't know. No, the one you pulled comes out of Terra Festival. This one also has a nice Salamence in it. So it's 2 different Salamances. Salamanders. Okay. Get the SAR. Be right back on a walk. Okay. All right. Tomorrow's Friday. Oh, I'm excited for Friday. You guys excited for Friday? Dude, what if I took Karis on a surprise trip to Nashville? That'd be interesting. I've been there before, you know. Here we are, Nashville. We drove into Nashville one time on the way to North Carolina years ago. Here we are. All right. Here's a cold one. Here's Friday. That's right. Here's a cold one. I don't think she can do that. I mean, she's on call. Her job's got her like a slave, man. They work her so hard. They're like, we're going to get our money out of you. Ooh, Cofagrigus. It's Cofagrigus. I don't like Fridays. Oh, it's Mien Fu or something like that. What Jay said. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Here's the grasshopper. Oh, konnichiwa. Cold. Okay, so the hit in the box is this Galissapod, which came in an era that I was not collecting it. Isn't he like Sun and Moon era? I don't know what era he is. He looks like a giant freaking cockroach or something. Okay, here's this guy. Oops. Okay, by the way, did you guys know I was in the middle of working on the PSA submission last night? It's very close to being finished. I think I can get it done tonight. PSA submission might be done tonight. Then I got to get over to tag again. And also the Beckett submission is due. However, not a lot of people ordered grading with Beckett. So I was kind of hoping we'd get more Beckett submitters, but we did not get them. Here we are. Okay. I think Beckett's tricky because your card has to be virtually like perfect to consider Beckett. Serena. Friday's the only day I get freedom. Cold. Yeah, Beckett's rough. The 9.5s are awful. Knackle stack or something like that. Oh, that's Silver Wing or something like that, right? Wow. He looks cool, man. I like the design there. And Crustle? I think he's Crustle the Crab. Crustle the Crab. Why not? Crustle the Crab. Okay, very nice. That was a $90 booster box of Pokemon Ancient Roar, Japanese. You know, Ancient Roar is getting really old, guys. You've got not so much time left to open this set before the prices change, in my opinion. Like, I think that's kind of how it'll go. I think one day they just won't have any more of these older sets, and they'll just jump in price, and it'll be really sudden, and no one will expect it. That seems to be how Pokemon works, you know? You're like, oh, I got time to open this. Then you turn around, and it's super expensive. Mr. Mark, thank you so much for the hollows. Thank you, Tammy, for those hollows earlier. Let's grab your bag. Ugh. Tammy Lowe. So, Mark. All right. I think I am going to put Jennifer Yap on the Psyduck, but we're going to increase the number of spots in here. Okay, Jennifer Yap. She was a big deal last year. And then we're also going to put you on here as well, Mr. Mark. Mark J. Valerian. Thanks for all the orders, Mark. Let's go ahead and hit refresh over here. Stephen G. Who could that be? Stephen G. This is a nice pristine 10. So let's hand out a couple spots on this one, right? That one's a good one. Supply and demand on the older sets. That's kind of how it works. A lot of people don't know that. They don't know that all of a sudden the older sets run out of inventory, and the price just spikes like a mother effer. Oh, baby, look at that Charmander. He's got to go right in the Poke Shuffles for sure. Okay. Thanks, mister. I appreciate it. Also, you're really the fish news anchor from SpongeBob. That's me. Yeah, that's actually me. Breaking news. I'll fix my collar here. All right. In he goes, and up he goes. Now I want to do more shuffles. They're very addicting. They're very fun. But, I try to pick some of the hottest slabs on the table to go into those shuffles. I try to do that. Now, the shuffles may also contain slabs that are not the hottest slabs on the table. Thank you, Mr. Mark. Who's next? So it's actually CS Men next. To celebrate 100K, let's open up the Ancient Origins booster pack in my bag, says CS Men. Did you buy that and have me not open it? Is that what happened, or was that a gift from me? Let's go grab it. CS Man has a bag. Does he have a box? Oh, he would have a box then. Let's see. How did you obtain it? Was it a break and you decided to keep it sealed? Wait. I don't see one. I want a break. I mean, I see an open pack of Dragons Exalted. Wow, when did you open that? Did you have 2 boxes, maybe? Maybe you had 2 boxes. Maybe you had a bag in a box? It's the first image in the Discord channel. Interesting. Let me go take a look at that. Is it sealed? Is that what it is? Is not sealed? Is it in a Okay, let me scroll up. The first image, huh? CS man. Okay. Well, where did that get put? That says CS man number 2 on it. So did you have a second box somewhere? I mean, that wouldn't. So, oh, you got a second box. So you're a guy with a lot of stuff. Cool. Mr. CS man going deep. Let's see. Must be in here somewhere then, right? Not in here. Let me see, is it in here? You sure we didn't already open it? Grab this. Okay, let's see. I don't think I would have stored it with the slabs, right? I don't think I would have stored it with the slabs. That'd be a crazy place to store it. I don't think you have 3 boxes. Let's see. We didn't. I kept it sealed forever, just for this moment. Okay. Gotta be like on the side of the box or something then, right? All right. Maybe you got a bag somewhere. Where would I keep something like that is my question. Would I keep that with the slabs downstairs, perhaps? I mean, it might be with the slabs downstairs. I guess I better check, guys. So give me a minute. Give me a fresh minute. It's going to take you a second. I'm going to go check downstairs. All right. Boy, that cat wants to play so bad. She was pouncing me the whole time. I'm sorry, CS man. It just doesn't exist. Here it is. Look at this. Found this down there too. Okay. Another kitty. Another kitty. Ready? Good luck. Make it requires show yourself. Oh my God. We are. Oops. Tossing this over here. All right. Even one reverse hollow could be worth 300. If it's good. Back in the day, Mr. CS-man, I sold these Ancient Origin packs for like $35 a pack. Let that sink in, everybody. Nice Eevee, Quagsire, Combee, Meowth, Oddish, Forest of Giant Plants. Woo! That would have been the perfect pack to keep sealed. Oh, no, dude. Oh, my God. That's Clay Doll and Forest of Giant Plants. Could it grade 10, actually? Actually, it's not that bad. Might have a small chance at a 10, probably with PSA, but it looks like it leans toward a 9. Thank God I won it for 40. Whew. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's crazy, dude. These packs are so expensive now, too. But you know what that means? It means you could grade a card like this Eevee out of this set now, you know, because even these commons are probably valuable at this point. All right. That was Ancient Origins. Thank you anyways, Mr. CS Man. Now, see, you're in the same group as me, Shahir, and Mr. Brent Love. We all opened expensive packs today to celebrate 100K. We all got the floor wiped because it was not that great. You guys might have missed this in the daytime stream. I opened up a Team Rocket booster pack, and that Team Rocket booster pack, it had nothing in it. It was really terrible. All right, cool. Mr. has hit it with W, Mr. Gratz. Hey, what's up, big fella? How's it going, man? Here's a Rocket pack right now. The big 3, all injury reserve. LMAO. Man, that was tough. I'm supposed to crack this and regrade it. Should I regrade this with PSA, you think? So much dust on this. This was actually previously a PSA 9, and I sent it to CGC thinking it would get a higher grade, and it did not get a higher grade. It actually got a lower grade. Oops. That's too bad. It's a really nice card. Oh, CGC is strong, dude. Don't mess with CGC. They're strong. All right, I close my eyes so I don't hurt them. Oof, scary, man. Scary. Each slab company has a different feel to it when you're cracking the slab out. CGC is a tough one. Okay. CGC is tough. It's messy. I like BGS the best, man. They're really easy to crack open, and your card stays safe inside. Could send this to Tag. I get the feeling Tag would be extra harsh on it too. I think it should be sent back to PSA for a reattempt at the 9. Or by some insane chance it gets a 10, but I actually doubt it would get a 10 at PSA. Of course, if PSA sends it back as an 8, that's a big L, but you know, it's such a valuable card, I don't mind the multiple attempts. All right. Too late now. CGC has some badass slabs. They're very tough. Very tough slabs. Here it goes. The structural integrity is giving away. Ooh, all right. Wow. It didn't even give up at the bottom. Wow. Nuts, dude. All right. Throw that away. That's no good, huh? God, dude. Cracking slabs, man. All right, that sucks. Well, I guess that's part of the game. I don't know what to say, guys. Wow, what a YouTube name. Shields. Yeah, here, let me try cracking the rest of that. Luckily, this wasn't a card I actually paid a lot of money for. That's just too bad. What that means is I should have just left it alone when it was a 9. I think it's fair to say when you're cracking cards out, you can get too greedy for a new grade. And also, we should have gone slower on this one. That's too bad, man. It's going to be a pain in the butt trying to get that out. You know what I need? I need like some powerful, I need some powerful, super thin, flathead screwdriver. Yeah, he did. Let me see. So I don't know about, I don't even know if I want to spend the next 30 minutes messing with this now. It's crazy. Actually, we might be able to get it out by bending it here like this. What the hell? All right. That's still holding on right there. Oh, that is going to work. Weird. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Poor Togepi. The Togepi that could have been. Oh, I feel like I got a splinter in my finger. I swear to God, we got a splinter on our finger that other time. Remember that? A mess happened. Yeah. That's too bad about the Togepi, though, huh? All right, let's grab this. Should have just left him in the PSA holder. Set that over there. One of those things, you know. You know, you see a lot of guys cracking slabs to regrade them, and I wonder how many of those guys actually damage the card in that process or get a lower grade, which is also a loss. There it goes. Shows you that cracking slabs isn't strictly a gain. It is sometimes, though. So I think you have to be extremely good at picking what to crack. Next up, Joshua Rodriguez. He says 2 live customs, 60 on slab away. You got it, man. Never crack it and whack it. What? Classic, but mister, you got to take chances to win. How do you get a plastic splinter? Oh, it's possible. All right, Josh, 1 and 2. Oh, my God, dude. Joshua Rodriguez sniping the live customs. There it is. Now, Mr. Austin, you could have done that. I don't know if he's still watching, but Mr. Austin, you could have done that. You could have sniped the live customs. Let's flip this around. Gengar 10. He's still learning a little bit about the stream, but since those are packed up in a line, Joshua suspected they were getting hotter. Oh, is this it? Number 190. This says 066. Oh, yeah, this is 066. I got it right. There you go. One beautiful Gengar. Oh, that's right. We put Gengars in there. Forgot about that. This was when the Gengars first started coming back from PSA and Tag. We were trying to grade these in time for Halloween. It was really cool, actually. We gave out a bunch of nice Gengar 10s for Halloween. Do you guys like that? We were even doing it below the buy it now price, so it was pretty generous. I didn't know you could just buy the lab packs. Dang it. Ah. Yeah, live customs, they're $20 per pack. Dang, dude. Let me show you. I wish you could have known that because I would have liked you to have tried for them. Because you had cleared customs, they're $20. Hey, that's me. So if we click on these 3 dots and then hit description and then expand this, this is the actual full menu, okay? So Mr. Albert, no, Mr. Austin, this is the full menu. Here we go. So under custom boosters, we got junk packs, and then we got live customs, $20 chance for slab, and then Poke Shuffles, and then the Waifu Shuffle. Yeah, so there they are. Then all this product. I mean, it's a ton of product, man. Like, holy Jesus, that's a lot of product. You guys think we got enough? I don't think we got enough, man. I think we need more. I think we have too much, actually, because most of it doesn't get opened. Most of it sits around. 60-tier slab away, Joshua Rodriguez. Let's head over here. Does this have a note in it now? What was that? Ancient Origins pack open. Oh, yeah, good idea. By the way, can I move this whole thing to the bottom of the... let me see if I can move this whole category down. Let me try collapsing the category. Uh-huh. Yes, I've seen it. Yes. And now let's move this down here. Can we do that? I want to move digital collection down, down, down. Why won't it let me move it? Let's collapse this maybe. There we go. So I'm going to move the digital collection to the bottom of the Discord server to make things easier. There it goes. All right, so digital collections are now featured at the very bottom of the Discord. And this should make it way easier to find. Because I can just scroll down. 60 on, slab away. You got it, baby. Joshua Rodriguez. What do you got in there? He's got the 3 birds coming down to $200. Boop. Thank you so much. We have an order. Hathim. One more. MetaZoo Chrome box. All right. We got 2 boxes of MetaZoo Chrome left. They are $40 a box. Haha, found a little bug on the website. Did you? There we go. I was thinking of adding you to the website if you're interested. Here we are. Very nice. Says 100K again. Does it? We got 100K again? Let me hit refresh. Oh, yeah. We got 100,001 subscribers. That's super cool. I messaged Karis. Nice. Yeah, I mentioned to Karis that you had helped in the past on that spreadsheet. And, you know, it seemed like you were enjoying that a little bit. And I thought to myself, I wonder if Tammy would enjoy being allowed to edit the website. It is. All right. Might have some sort of, you know, small payback for that kind of thing. It wouldn't need to happen too much. That's the thing. It wouldn't need to happen a lot. It just needs an original setup. And then once it's set up, it's good to go. And then after that, I just need to make edits to it. Up to you. Could help making it easier for you. It won't be that often. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a one-time, kind of like just a little fun thing, really. It's like a project. We are. Ooh. 100K, I was here. Top 1,000 subs. Mr. Sven, how's it going? You can't forget Sven Jansen. Hello, Sven. All right, snipping that. We have a big $1,000 Lugia card to give away and more. And he will not be given out too quickly. It'll take a while to give him out. He's going to be handed out in different ways. There we go. There will be actually two lists to get onto for that Lugia. I wonder what number sub I am. 5 bazillion? I don't know. We are. Here's a sneap. And here's a sneap. And here's a sneap. Sneap. And here's a sneap. All right. Thanks for being here, by the way, guys. We're going to be celebrating 100K subscribers over the next couple days. And it's an excellent milestone. And we're on our way to 110 now. That's our new goal. It's 110. I should get a question, not a question mark. I should get a check mark next to my name. What if I were to talk in chat? Would that show up? Let me try talking. So that's one of the big reasons to get to 100,000. YouTube gives you a check mark next to your name. It's really cool. Let's see if I have that now or if it's like something you get later. Oops. I'm going to try commenting on my own live stream. Test. Let's see. It'll probably take some time. Haha. Yeah, it looks like I don't have the check mark yet. That's okay. Very good. It's going to take a while before you get your check mark. Yeah, and I remember it took them like a month or two before they gave me my plaque as well. So I'm very, very interested in those things. Here we are. Giant salamander. You know, I had to look for more $40 booster boxes to open because I got to be honest, it's kind of fun being able to open a whole box of something for 40 bucks. I guess the Korean Pokemon cards are kind of like that. You guys ever think about opening those, the Korean Pokemon? We are Moon-Eyed People, Roperite. I really want to liquidate some of the cards that we have on our menu so we can start adding new things to the menu. So we're just making the things on the current menu really cheap. Would be cool to get the plaque Christmas week. That'd be neat. I remember last time they confirmed my address. Like what happened was on YouTube, the dashboard, they, one day my dashboard had like a clickable link and it's like, congrats, you hit 100K. And then it like had me fill out a little form for the plaque. And then like a little while later, I got the plaque. Here's Hide Behind. Digimon is a $40 box English. Have you ever thought about Garbage Pail Kids? You know, I had somebody else ask me about Garbage Pail Kids the other day. I was going to say 44 bucks is cool no matter what the cards are. Yeah, you get a whole bunch of something, you know? A whole bunch of something. Oops. Here's Cryptic Camera. This could be numbered, but it's not. You got the Cryptic Camera, Choo Choo Train, Ghost Train, Soul Train. I could use my Soul Train on that. Okay, Garbage Pail Kids, huh? We have sold those once or twice, but just because they were like a gift with another order that I'd made, the vendor threw in the box for free, which actually kind of tells me something about Garbage Pail Kids when the vendor's giving it out for free. All right. Catnip says working. He's twerking. Here's Chibi Quetzal. Okay. Flatwoods. So there is your Mothman. Picking up a Mothman there. All right. Very good. So what were some of your favorite moments on the channel over the last couple of years? Can you guys name a moment on the channel that was really big for you, like it really sticks in your memory? What's the thing that pops up into your memory when you think of the things we've done over here? What were some of your favorite moments? Here's Mantis Man. Here's Bigfoot. Ooh. Nice. Okay. You should probably get your check mark within the next week, but the plaque probably will take a month or two. The Gold Star Mewtwo break. We hosted a Gold Star Mewtwo break. Was it like for a lower grade, basically? You know, I haven't done anything like that in a long time. I guess I should have done that the whole time. In a way, the fact that I did not host more of those breaks kind of suggests I didn't do you guys a good service. I should have helped you get more of those. Whenever you pull out your first edition Dragonite Hollow Arrow, sticks with me. I remember when you used to grade cards live, and I did it a few times. Oh, yeah, the good old days, huh? Yeah, that was a tough story. You know, all that stuff with John. That was a tough story. John got himself in trouble, and unfortunately, he had to go. And so that meant that the grading had to kind of come to a stop because he was doing the encapsulation portion. The moment I have pulled Ethan's Ho-Oh and Cynthia's Garchomp from the break. Oh, yeah, that was recently, and that was really cool, man. We got Snallygaster. Congrats from Germany. Oh, yay, Germany. Yeah, we got a couple viewers and a buyer or two from Germany. Here it is. Every stream is killer. Thoughts on buying or selling the Gold Star Pikachu? I'm not really interested in Gold Star Pikachu myself because I'm not much of a Pikachu collector. The only time I buy Pikachu is so that in the future I have something to sell. Yeah, but I acknowledge other people really like Pikachu. There we go. Read my message, says Troy. Troy says, I remember when you rolled over a Japanese booster. Oh, that's a really good memory. Yeah, that's a good one. That's sitting around somewhere. Yeah, that's in our TCC box. That's a good one. A booster pack fell on the floor under the chair, and I didn't notice it. And I rolled over it. And I was like, it's just one pack. And then I opened it up. And not only did it contain an SAR in it, but it contained like kind of like the chase card from the set. And so I inadvertently ran over like the best possible pull from that set. It was so sad, actually. So shocking. I was like, mother. And then we actually encapsulated it, so it still exists. I remember you cutting packs in half. We used to do packs getting cut in half. We used to do slabs getting drilled. We don't do that quite as much. You know, it unsurprisingly, people did not prefer those activities in the long run because it kind of never made sense, did it? It never really made a lot of sense. I do remember we drilled a Dark Golbat PSA 10 first edition because I was saying back then, we should make the Pokemon cards more scarce. And people were behind the idea a little bit for a while. And we drilled that Golbat, and nobody really likes Golbat. Golbat was the least popular card. He wasn't even that expensive. And as a group, we paid him off. So we drilled the hole, and we got so much negative attention for that. I was like, oh, because I didn't actually expect that. I thought people would find it interesting, but I didn't know they would care so much about Dark Golbat of all Pokemon. So we learned that when you drill the card, people would just kind of freak out. And then at that point, it became a thing where people liked to drill the cards just because they wanted to watch me post it and watch people get really angry. So they're like, I want to read the angry comments. So we ended up drilling a couple more cards, and we have a whole box of drilled cards now. But we haven't had a card up on the table for you to donate money to drill, sort of because I feel like the sort of the zeitgeist of doing that has kind of died down. Oh my gosh, are you not going to get another numbered card, Mr. Athim? This is another tough box, it looks like. You got a lot of MetaZoo cards, but you do not have a lot of numbered cards in here. I got in around the squeaky chair days. Yeah, we had a old chair before this one was very squeaky. It was like, squeak! It broke on me while I was sitting in it, by the way. Yeah, completely broke. There we go. We got slide, rock, bolter. Okay, cool. We remember the live shipping tape sound. That's right. A long time ago when you ordered shipping, I actually packaged the cards right then and there. Back then, I lived in a very small, cheap condo in St. Peters, Missouri. And so that first condo cost us $90,000. And when we moved out, it sold for like $140,000. It was such an important part of our financial journey. Here we are. Back then, I was earning a much more reasonable amount of money just hosting live streams on the TheCardconomist channel. We discovered Pokemon like a happy accident. Here we are. Hathim. I mean, we kind of helped pioneer the idea of the Rip and Ship channel. There were so many people who hated the idea of it and were resistant to the idea. And we ignored all the hate and just kept going. And now everyone does it. It turned out it's really just a service like DoorDash. And there is a demand for it. Ugh. Take a picture of that soon. And how about this? Mario. Mario! Woo-hoo. Let's give a Mario away. Here's Milotic. Oh. How long did you stream on Twitch for? We did dual stream for a while to like Twitch, but in the end we stopped doing that because we were getting so many views on YouTube and literally no views on Twitch. So what was the point? What was the point? Maybe if we stuck to it the entire time, we would have built more of a Twitch presence, but I don't know. Twitch is dead. Yeah, Twitch just doesn't seem necessary. Seems like it would split my audience. Silcoon with an S. And Milotic with an M. Beautiful cards. Thank you, Mr. Thim. Sven Jansen, 10 Poke Shuffles, 1 live custom booster. So the custom boosters just paid out a slab. I'm going to bet, Mr. Sven, that this one's cold. All right, a little cold one. That's okay. It was just one. A little cold one. Now, how about those 10 Poke Shuffles? So the new rule with the Poke Shuffles, 10 Poke Shuffles also get you 1 free Poke Shuffle. You ready? I subbed to Twitch Hot Tub Streams. I've seen DJ Clancy in chat sometimes. What? 1, 2, 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, there's your bonus card. We've got Nidoran, 2 live. The live custom card keeps getting pulled. That's a you pulled a Pat Gibbs. Okay, that's probably not supposed to be in there. Oh no, we don't need to do this. So I just put this. Oh no, we do need some cards. So throw this away. And we need 8 for this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So for some reason, we keep pulling the 2 lives cards out of the box, even though there's tons of slabs in the box. We're just getting lots of 2 lives. Mr. Sven, I don't think this will be lucky. We got 1, and then we got 2. Yeah, so that only adds up to 60, and I don't think I put anything at $60 in the box ever. But we do put things above 60, so the box is hot. Kai is too loud. You can't own people. He's gotten exposed for it for a while now, same with his own streamer house he made for the new guys. But Pat Gibbs is yours. Pat Gibbs is yours, Mr. Sven. Congratulations. 1 whole Pat Gibbs. A Pat Gibbs for me? So we're going to go ahead and check for the oldest order now. We're looking for the oldest order. Oops, jump me back over here, please. Delete this. We're going to jump over to the website. We got to check the website. We have a website now. Did you guys notice? Okay, we actually have, let's see. What is this? So this is 16 minutes ago. Tammy says, no hollows. Apparently can't use spacebar in order notes at checkout. Crown Zenith, 15 packs of Crown Zenith. Oh, dear God. We got a big Tammy. Let's grab this Tammy order. Holy schmolies. Okay. Oh, the 100K has been hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who would you dress your robot up as? Are you talking about my sex robot? That's a great question, dude. We are. Is it limited to like people I know? Is it limited to like Pokemon? Is it a TV show? What are my options here? All right, Tammy's going deep. Let me go get some more packs, Tammy. All right, here we are. So this time, Tammy, you're going to take these with you. Little promos here. I don't know how you feel about Kyogre, but if I were you, I'd take a look into this Rayquaza at least. He's a cute looking card. Little Rayquaza V as well. Okay, good. Set that there. Now this was 7, right? So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there you go, all 15. This is a really big order. This is a $270 order from Miss Tammy. So this is some pretty serious stuff. All right. Ho-ho. Let's count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then those are the bonus cards. Snipping time. Incoming Glaceon. Yes, let's get it. Let's get it. The squeaky door is part of the security system. It squeaks! Somebody's here! Okay. Code 9! Code 9! This is Sector 5. Step this. This is a massive order. If I don't see these in cards, are they even cards? Snip this. Okay. Let's snip some of these. And let's snip some of these. All right. All right, and then snipping this as well. Good. Good. Snipping time, me, ouch. Ready. Here we have Luxio. I like this Snorlax, by the way. He's cute, but actually he's a common. Here's Snow Runt. He's just the runt of the gang, of the group. Ooh-wee. Come on, Tammy, pull a gold. Let's see if we got a gold. Oh, nothing wrong with pulling Pikachu. So you're good on Pikachu. Pikachu. Okay, little Pikachu here, guys. Here's a electric. And here we've had, oh, that's not bad. Little Radiant Zard. Looking well-centered. Okay. Here we have a little Thwablu. Okay, you got some Thwablu. No users blocked. What the F? Here we are. Here's Sunkern. Here's Blossom Greedent. Oh. All right, lovely Greedent. Pop these over here. Who knows, says Alex. Let's open Lipard and Heliolisk. Oh. And Keldeo. It's my little Pokemon. My little Pokemon. Here's Yanma. Here's Turtwig. Oh, wow. All right. We've got Carnivine and Scizor. Ooh. Still no golden card this time, Tammy. I'm sorry. Poor Tammy. All right. Turtwig, Keldeo, Greedent, Swablu, Radiant Charizard, Pikachu, Rayquaza, Kyogre. Here we go. Tammy, do you want these? I assume you probably want them because they're yellow border. But if you don't want your yellow border hollows, I will happily take those as well. Here you are. All right. Rip me no more. I'm sorry, Tammy. Tammy, I'm going to toss you on that big giveaway card, though, okay? Here we are. Setting these over here. No hollows. Thanks, Tammy. Appreciate it. We'll set this over here. And let me get you on this giveaway, Tammy. So, people who placed a really big order for today, I've just been kind of tossing them on here. Did anyone else place a really big order tonight? I know CS Man definitely did. Did he already go on there, though? Here it is. Yeah, CS Man's already on here. Okay. I think you should go on twice, to be honest. CS Man, you go, like, mega deep, dude. So you ordered a big one in the nighttime stream. Let's put you on there for the nighttime stream. And the number 5 is Tammy. Now, this break is going to work very different from the other breaks. You're on a list to get on another list. So the odds of pulling this card are real low, but it's a $1,000 card. It's got to be that way. Okay, and then let's jump over here real fast. I'll put you on here too, Tammy. Appreciate the big orders tonight, Tammy. I really do. Sorry you didn't pull any golden cards, but you know, the cards that I saw you pulling looked really well centered, so that's a good thing. And I saw some good ones come out of there. The Dog House, so it's not all bad. Number 11, Joshua Rodriguez. Thank you, Josh. Did anyone else go real deep? I don't remember. Let's see. At least I got one card I needed. Nice. Here's number 12. It's going to be 6. Miss 6. Number 13, we've got Pokey Wing. Pokey Wing. All right, we're going to roll at 13 spots. Good luck, everybody. You know, it's funny. I put Jennifer Yap on this one because I know she loves Psyduck. So we're using the 20-sided die. Landing on 18. Oops. Landing on 15. Landing on 18 twice. Landing on 9. 9 is going to be Tammy Lowe. Look at that, Tammy. I gave you that spot. Damn. All right, Tammy. How about that? That's not so bad. And we placed you on that because it's the 100K celebration, and you're doing some big activity tonight. So, of course, you got to go on there. Look at that beautiful. That's not bad at all. Pristine Psyduck has been handed out. Nice. It's not bad. It is. $100K. Good. Boop. And let's see. We need that chart. The chart that helps me know how much we've given away so far. So we're kind of tracking how much we've given away. The goal, $5,000. It's so funny. We have less than 100 viewers. And I feel like that's kind of surprising. But I guess that's how the climate is for Pokemon right now. It's not as crazy as it was maybe earlier this year. Okay, let's see. You know it's slowed down if... all right, oh, this is a big one. Vulpix for $2.95, huh? Wow. So that is a super rare leaf green deck card, and that's nice. So that one, put a name up here. Okay. Hey, here's a fun code. Let's do 110K. That's our new goal, right? 110 is our next milestone. And I'm going to hit reset entries on it. Oh, actually, I got to set everything back up. It's got to say 110 on it now. 110K. We're going to hit done. Just to make sure you guys are paying attention. You know what I mean? We're going to hit reset. Okay, so for this big one, 110K, you know what that means? We're interested in the next 10,000 subscribers. How do we enter? What's the code word? It says CKI. Nice to meet you, CKI. The code word is 110,000. And actually, I said we'd do this. I'm going to go ahead and you guys can take a break from typing in 110K because we're going to turn on subscriber mode. And you had to be subscribed for just 1 day to make it in here. Here it is, 1 day. We're going to hit save. So anybody who's a new friend, I'm sorry, we're turning on sub mode. Sub mode will come off shortly though, okay? So stick around and hit that subscribe button, okay? All right, so I've hit refresh on entries. So you had to have been subscribed before we reached 100K to get into this one. This is a big one, which is most of you guys. Here's Joshua Ramos. He says, for Cyber Judge. Cyber Judge, so specific. For Akashi. Okay, Akashi. All right, so I was kind of warning people it would work that way. It'll work this way tomorrow, too. So be sure to subscribe tonight, okay? And then tomorrow, we got more giveaways of this nature, but you'll need to be subscribed for 24 hours to get in. We might have giveaways that take a week to get into, right? Or even a year. All right, so here we have this for Akashi's. Now, the Cyber Judge, where's that going to be? Aha, 1, 2, 3. And 4. I tell you what we'll do. We'll give away 3 spots in the Vulpix and then set it to the side. That's what we'll do. We'll set it to the side. So we're going to pick 3 people to get in there. Oops, I grabbed you too many packs. Why don't you just keep the extra pack, Mr. Joshua? So let's do this and we can open the chat back up, okay? So we got number 1. We got Mr. Dalton Martin. So what's cool here is you guys were already subscribed. The next round of this might be for people who have been here for over a month. Here's CS Man. And there'll be more giveaways of this nature where it's a seniority giveaway. Muscle Man. But this is very easy. Just 1 day, 24 hours. Okay, so we're just going to give out the first 3 spots there. Set it to the side. Now we're going to open the stream back up to everybody. We're going to hit save. All right. Nightbot hates me again. Freaking Nightbot. So what else do we got? What else do we got? These are all expensive. Oops. This is $110. It's expensive. Oh, Gengar's cool. Pokeball's cool. Let's hand out this Pokeball next. He's a cheap one. So the Vulpix is a nice, big, expensive one. And the one before that was a pristine Psyduck. That was pretty cool. So maybe we'll do it in these waves. All right. CardConomist turned off subscriber mode. So let's swap back to 100K. Because it's the 100K celebration. And let me set this up. I know you're going to start typing it in, but I don't have it set up yet. Reset entries and giveaway options. 100K. Oops, that's 1K. Oop. There it goes. Turn numlock off by by mistake. So there it goes. Now it's running. So that's a nice $49 giveaway. And the Vulpix will come back to the table. So the Vulpix will come in and out, okay? That's how it'll work until Vulpix hits 20 spots, and then Vulpix will be handed out to one person. And that's a big giveaway. So it's a little trickier to get into the big ones, but there's going to be some real big ones, man, to work on. Okay, ready? All right. All right. Good. Tossing this, Joshua Ramos. Here we have a cold one. Here we have a cold one. Here we have a cold one. Here we have, oh, the bristly bush, bushy bush. Ramblin'. Hey, there you go. You got Drillbur or something like that. Now we got, was that the bonus pack? That might have been the bonus pack. The kitty cat meow. That's a good bonus pack. This girl forming a heart with their hands. They're making out. That's a non-hollow, but I toss it in anyways because it's like, well, they're making out. Got to keep that one. Okay, okay. You got my attention when you said you're adding a Lucario. So my wife drew this pretty Lucario card, and that could be a giveaway card. I don't know if you guys want it to be, but it could be. You guys want that one to be one of the giveaways? It is. Let me show you real fast. This is the only one of her drawings that has not sold yet, and it looks fantastic. Here it is. You still have a chance to buy it, in fact, if you don't want me to give it out. But she hand drew this, and she's a big Lucario fan. She likes Lucario. She likes Blaziken. It's kind of suspicious. She likes the Pokemon that look like furries. I give her funny looks all the time over that. There you go. I need it. That's so wholesome. There you go. Very suspicious. Okay. She strikes me as furry curious. I don't know how to feel about that. Joshua with the J-O. Let's see. All right. Oh, you're going to be up top. Thanks for the order, man. Appreciate it. Ugh. Yeah, like you saw the Blaziken cell, right? The Blaziken looks suspiciously like a self-portrait style of drawing. And I was looking at that going, huh, that is a weirdly intimate Blaziken. There we go. Aha. All right. You should sign it and give it away. I can give it away. I could probably sign it for today for the 100K celebration. Mister needs a gorilla suit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. So we haven't priced up too many new slabs. Let's go ahead and do that. We're get some new slabs up here on the table. What do we got? A little $10 Hello Kitty for only 45 bucks. I don't even think that's correct. I think it's supposed to be 60. Yeah, let me just check. Let's check eBay. We haven't checked eBay in a little while, but I'm pretty sure that's meant to be 60, not 45. 10 Hello Kitty Weiss. Okay, there's a pristine CGC Hello Kitty for $45. But to be honest, I feel like it's much harder to get the pristine 10 with BGS, right? Now, what is this? Oh, it's a starter deck. I never thought of that. There's Hello Kitty starter deck cards. Huh. Okay, very cool. Let me check sold, too. I can't wait for my next 10 shuffles. In line for some truffles. Yep, it looks like 45 is going to be the correct price here. So they just got cheaper over time is what happened to the Hello Kitty cards. Why? Because a lot more got graded, so that's very natural. Oddish, let's put it, I don't know. Oddish can go in the 9 box because it's not going to be touched for a while. Oh, we got this Persian, huh? That could be a giveaway tonight, probably. Okay. Hello Kitty, meow. Yeah, we've sold a lot of Hello Kitty cards ever since I started grading those. Let me hit refresh over here. Okay. Mr. Austin, did you say you ordered more of these Poke Shuffles? Mr. Austin. Oh, he might have ordered more of them. Hold on. Am I misunderstanding this? It looks like he ordered more of them. It looks like your orders are so similar to each other. I might have accidentally. He says yes. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. He's been waiting a long time for these. All right, let's get them right now for Mr. Austin. You're actually the oldest order. Sorry about that, dude. You know what happened? Your current order is the language of it is exactly the same as the previous order. So my brain looks at it and thinks it's already done it. All right, here goes. It looks like an identical order. All right. 10 of these. Woo! All right, you ready? Nothing but hot ones. I really shouldn't order LOL, but it's my birthday tomorrow, so I think I'm going to go in on a pack of Hello Kitty. What? We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, and we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. I can't let you do that, grid. Here it is. Ooh, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No! You got what's called a perfectly cold round. You went 11 deep, and it was perfectly cold. We're in the business of giving out a lot of cards right now. Let me give you a free card, okay? I'm just going to give you this one. You've gone deep tonight. You're a new guy, so that's your pull now. Austin Albert. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate all the business. Ta-da! So that'll count as $40 toward our little map here. Sorry about the tough round there. That happens in that box, by the way. I've seen somebody do that with like 20 spots before. It's just terrible. So there you go, Austin. We're going to pull you a kitty cat. So this is a Karuta kitty cat. Looks a little messy right now. I blame the price tag in the sleeve. Watch this. So you pull it out. Okay, looks much cuter now. I'm new, says Joey Albrecht. I can only do 2 deep. I am him. There we go. Very nice. Shuffle is good. Trade it for the Hello Kitty for my daughter, and I'll send $5. All right, you got a deal. You want the Hello Kitty? I'll do the Hello Kitty for you. Now this is a bad sleeve. We gotta toss that sleeve. All right. Put that over there. Oops. And we grab Mr. Austin. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I like singing it like I'm some sort of like sexy bunny girl popping out of a cake or something. Happy birthday to you. There we go. All right, lovely. Like in some sort of cocaine, cocaine infused crazy 80s Playboy millionaire stock trader party. You know what I'm talking about? Like Wolf of Wall Street style. There you go, something like that. That's very fun. So that is completed. I can see we have a third MetaZoo box to open for Mr. Hathim. Let's see. I believe the oldest order is Mr. Brandon Warder. Brandon, you still here? So he says 10 white flare for the 100K special. I don't know if my name's showing up right. Yes, it is. It's showing up as Brandon Warder. 10 white flares. English. All right, you got it, man. There we go. White flare. You know, us white people. Okay. Happy birthday to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. No, oh, we got it. Yes! All 10 right there, baby. Easy. Tossing this over here. Booyah. All right, Brandon Warder. Mr. Brandon, you watching? I don't want Brandon to miss it. Brandon's been around for a pretty long time. He's been around so long that he had a nickname from our nickname years. That was like year 1 and maybe a little bit of year 2. Back then, we were allowed to accept payments on Streamlabs. And then Streamlabs found out that I was selling product through Streamlabs, and they said, oh, We don't allow that. And they banned me. They banned me from Streamlabs. Then I had to beg them. I was like, no. And they let me back on, but they're like, if you sell any more Pokemon cards through Streamlabs, we'll ban you. So we had to create a new system where we took payments from PayPal, and that got rid of the nicknames. Suddenly nicknames went away. That was a long time ago. Jason says, I remember me and my brother had Mickey Mantle Topps 1952 card. We sold it for 500 pounds back in 1992. Today, that card is worth over 100,000. Crazy what stupid kids will do. I'm sorry to hear that, Jason. Jason, a lot of people have experienced that. You're not alone. It's because nobody really predicted this. And that's what it's all about, really, you know. When you see something on the table that's real cheap and you think, it's probably just some stupid card, you really don't know what it's going to look like in 10 years. It could be like a $3,000 card in 10 years. And it's just hard to know. Like, they don't all do that either. That's another part of the game. Like, no one knows what card's going to do that next. So it's part of the fun of card collecting. It's wondering, what's everybody going to wish that they had in 10 years? You ready, Mr. Brandon? All right. Mr. Brandon. We've got Jelly Sant. Oh, yeah. This is one of my favorite Pokemons. Shinji Kondo art cards, for example. Yeah, those will do well, I think. Shelmet. Oh, yeah. He's definitely Shelmet. Next up, we're pulling Thwafty. We knew it was expensive, but to go up like it did was unreal. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, in my first year selling Pokemon cards, which was about 6 years ago, I bought this $800 Charizard, right? And it was PSA 10 Charizard, and I sold it for $1,000, netting a $200 profit. And I thought, at the time, this was a brand new thing for me. I didn't know much about the hobby. And I thought to myself, holy cow, I just made $200 in one day. Like, I was telling my wife, I was so excited. Well, she was my girlfriend, I think, still, wasn't she? We weren't even married yet. I was telling her, I was like, dude, look at me. I'm a freaking genius. I just made $200 on this move. I'm a day trader. You know, I thought I was so smart. And then that same card today just sold for $8,600. All I had to do was not sell it, and it would have been way, way better. All I had to do was not sell it, and it's so hard to understand that. It's so hard to guess it correctly, too, you know. You are ready? So I've done a lot of that. Usually my biggest mistakes in the hobby is selling. Pokemon just keeps exceeding expectations. And that might not be true one day, but it's just kind of how it is. Here's Hydreigon. Hydreigon. Oh my gosh, they're releasing Wicked movie Hostess. Hostess? Oh, you mean like sugary sweet treats or something? There we have it. No monochrome or whatever they're called. Black, red, white, or whatever it's BWR. No BBC. Look at this. So you got Whimsicott, Hydreigon, Jellicent, and Shelmet. Woo! Totally worth it. Brandon, that's pretty brutal. These packs are tough, man. Black and white. And the monochrome Victini, the monochrome Zekrom, and the monochrome Reshiram are so freaking cool, man. But there's also Seismitoad. He's neat. I think he comes out of the black set. And then there's the, what's his name, like Haxorus or something like that? I don't remember his name. I think he comes out of the white set, doesn't he? So there's some nice ARs. Keep the hollows. Thanks, man. All right, so let's find your bag. You didn't need a new bag, did you? He says, I got a bag. Okay, we're looking for Brandon Werder. We just have a ton of Brett Love bags in these B-boxes right now. We're going to have to get all those Brett Love bags together and create another Brett Love box. He's going to have a lot of boxes. Bryce Wolf, Brady, Brandon, Braden. Look at this. How old is this bag? Dude, this bag's hella old. It was created in 923. That's a long time ago. That guy definitely abandoned that. I probably haven't disassembled it because it probably has something nice in it, and I probably just don't want to take it from him, but I don't know. It's been a long time. It's got to, one day it's got to go. Here we go, Mr. Brandon. Found your bag. In fact, you have a very fat bag. So what we're going to do, pop this out like this. Brandon, you'll now own a double bag. Let's see. I'm waiting for Pokemon to die. I sold my collection. I almost ever master set and turned it into gold. Then gold doubled in price. Well, the hype doesn't make sense anymore. I've noticed broke people buying. Yeah, so maybe exactly. So people are trying to predict the market, and you're feeling like now's the time to sell and then just wait for it all to come crashing like a big bubble. But if you're wrong, you're going to have to buy back in at a higher price point. And that happens all the time. Like people sometimes wait for Bitcoin to go to zero, and then it doesn't. It gets more expensive, and it's like, oh, shoot, I should have just held. And so it's really hard to say, but there's arguments that Pokemon's overpriced and that it's going to be corrected. Brandon, remember when people used to say we're in the junk era with Sword and Shield? Remember that? And then what happened to Sword and Shield? It became one of the most expensive sets ever. So it was like the opposite. It was the opposite of what people were expecting. The exact opposite happened. It turned out you were in the golden era, and all you had to do was buy as much Sword and Shield as possible, and you would have become rich. Like literally, you would have gotten rich. But everyone thought it was even myself, I thought it was the junk era. And no, it just wasn't true. There wasn't enough of it. So it's really hard to say. It is. Like gold too. Gold, you can say all the nice things you want about gold, but the fact of the matter is, if you bought gold over the last 10 years rather than the S&P 500, you got creamed in gold. You made no money, whereas the S&P 500 just exploded over time. So gold was a horrible asset until the last year where it jumped by 50%, which is nice because it catches it up a little bit. But, most people weren't holding their entire investment in gold. So it's a fascinating thing. And then gold kind of fell back down too. All right, what's going on in this bag? Little Mimikyu, little Bart. Actually, this bag's not that good. All right, so he actually does not have that much. This is now an abandoned bag. I'm appropriating it. Property of the government. Okay, there we go. I think Pokemon is going to follow the logic of getting rarer every day, but I hope. Let's see. Let's see. It's just nostalgia. Kids don't give a F about Pokemon right now. Buy Fortnite cards. We do have Fortnite on the menu. I don't know if you guys know that, but you actually can buy Fortnite cards off the menu right now. Ooh, how much for that Psyduck poker? He probably will not be for sale until he's been assessed. Okay, so Mr. Austin, I see you sent in for that Psyduck. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Mr. Thim, the third Metazu box. All right, this has got to be hot, right? Like, there's no way that this is cold. Mr. Thim, you ready? It's millennials buying Pokemon. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think it's millennials, it's investors, it's kids who grew up loving Pokemon, not just millennials, but even just guys who are 18. Pokemon's been around for 30 years. It's had plenty of time. But us millennials are getting fat and old, and guess what? Kind of wealthy, because that's how life really works. That's why I warn young people about raising taxes too much. Guess what? You'll be 35 too one day. You'll be 40. You'll be 50. And then all of a sudden, you'll be living in this high tax world where you're the one paying for everything. And it's just like, is it really that good? Keep the taxes low. Do your future self a favor. Anyways, that's an aside. But you get old and you get a job and you work that job for like 20 years and you build wealth. Yeah, one day you have stuff. And now the millennials are reaching 40 years old and they're managers, they're business owners, they're receiving money from their parents. They're getting what do they call those? Inheritances are coming in. So inheritances are starting. Yeah, it's a big time period for the millennials. And they loved Pokemon, so Pokemon's going up. It's not rocket science. I predicted this would happen, and I did nothing but cheerlead that this would happen for like years. I told people, I said, no, Pokemon's going to go up. Pokemon's going to go up. And I said it for a long time, and it totally came true. This year was a big year, I think, for most of my predictions. I look smart this year, basically. 2025, I look pretty smart. And I don't think it's over, by the way. I don't think this is like the peak and it never gets back up above this price again. I think it's pretty, intolerably expensive, true. But I think that the desire to have these cards is just starting, right? Like it's only 6 years old, basically. I think it started effectively in 2019. And you can build a whole YouTube channel around just owning Pokemon cards. That's a big deal. You can get ad revenue just from owning Pokemon cards. That's a big deal. So there's this sort of infrastructure to it. We are. There's a sort of infrastructure to it because guys like Leonhardt will always need Pokemon cards. Guys like PokeRev will always need Pokemon cards. And as long as they're making, you know, $100, $200, $300,000 in just ad revenue, the demand's going to go crazy. Now you're seeing like this structural demand from like GameStop. They're buying up slabs like crazy. What do you think that does to demand? What do you think that demand does to prices? And why are they doing this? Well, they're doing it because they've got their stupid mystery pack slabs, and you know that's the secondhand market. And yeah, so you're just seeing it build and build and build, and it's an interesting thing. You know, it's very saturated, but there's a lot of people who want in, and millennials still want these cards real bad. And it's not just millennials anymore. It's rich people, people, a Saudi prince or something living in UAE. He wants the best Pokemon card collection. You got to put in a fancy vault. It's a status symbol now for guys who can own like a Lamborghini or something. And that's kind of the way I see it. Like the way I see Pokemon cards today, there's a lot of money in the world, a lot more than you know. There's a whole lot of money in the world. You know what there's not a lot of money of? Some Pokemon cards. There's not a lot of them. And owning that Pokemon card means now you're a person with a lot of social capital. You're a person who's going to get attention because you have an interesting collection. And so for a guy who can afford to buy like $1 million vehicle, like a McLaren or whatever, or a Lamborghini, and he inherits $20 million from his daddy, some $50,000 Pokemon card's like a drop of money. It doesn't even matter to him. He's like, yeah, I can buy that if I want it. Just a matter of if he wants it. And as time goes by, that's going to be increasingly, that's going to be the millennials. There's going to be millennials who grew up with Pokemon, and they're going to inherit from mom and dad. They're going to inherit $10 million, $20 million. It's going to happen. And you're going to see the cost of these Pokemon cards rise. And then year after year, young people who grew up with a different Pokemon game. I grew up with Pokemon Black and White. I grew up with Pokemon X and Y. I grew up with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Increasingly, those kids are going to turn 25 and start earning money, and they're going to start buying back their childhood. The process doesn't change just because it's a younger generation. If anything, it might be even more relevant because now there's a whole, you know, infrastructure for like a business around controlling these cards, owning these cards, and showing them off for attention and ad revenue on the internet. So the way I see, I don't see it dying down, except for this scenario. Okay, so it's you know, I don't have an outlook where it's perfect, where it strictly goes up. I have an outlook where here's what has to happen for it to go down. It'll go down in an end of the world scenario. It'll go down if Pokemon destroys its own brand. So that's Pokemon's fault if they do that. I don't have any control over that. So Pokemon has to remain socially relevant. Also, it can go down if something beats Pokemon. So Pokemon could just stay the same, but another company rises up and beats Pokemon at its own game. So I don't know if that's going to ever happen. Could happen. Palworld was a decent attempt. I don't think Palworld's going to replace Pokemon, though. But it could happen. In theory, it could happen. But as long as Pokemon remains like the brand, it's going to just stay as expensive as ever. And even if something else is rising, I think you get a little bit of time to jump boats because you'll see it rising. Here's Hopkinsville. Here's a White Thing. Do you see it as a bubble or just normal fluctuating market? Oh, I definitely see it as normal. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks that AI is about to crash. Everyone thinks the housing market's going to crash. Everyone thinks that gold's going to crash. Everyone thinks that Bitcoin's going to crash. There's a lot of fear because the price on all that stuff went up so high. And the way I see it, though, is there's too much money. That's what's going on. There's too much money in the world. That's the real problem. Too much money. It is. It turns out Levi jeans at the mall don't have any value. Nobody cares about, ooh, look at that Mothman. Oh my God, Them, if you don't pull a numbered card, I'm going to freak out here. So, but I was about to say, what people really want in life is changing. The product to own is changing. I can't name a single toy at the mall or Walmart that I want. Not even one. I can't think of a single toy that has any meaning to me. Pokemon card has meaning. Wow, that's a big deal. It's like the only thing I want now. Who cares if I got designer clothing? What a stupid idea. Designer clothing. What a stupid idea. It's really just a piece of cotton. Actually, it's probably a piece of plastic, you know, because that's what they use in clothing now. It's just plastic, you know. So now the thing that really matters these days, couple things: financial assets. People want to own financial assets more than anything else. That's a big deal. That's why gambling's so valuable. What do I want to spend my money tonight on, honey? Gambling, because it's money for money. So people get excited for gambling because it's a way to spend money on trying to get more money. Because people are getting sharper. They're going, I don't care about buying plastic. Plastic's stupid. So if I'm going to have some fun, I'm going to go play some blackjack. So they don't want the stupid pair of Levi jeans for $100 from J.C. Penney's anymore. It's obsolete. And people want a couple things. They want money. They want health. They want social status on social media. And after that, I don't know, maybe like sex or something. I don't think sex is going anywhere. So sex sells. So there's only a few things people want these days. They don't want all that other crap. They know it's a trick. They know it's a trap. And the other stuff doesn't sell as well. That's why the mall is going out of business. That's why Walmart, you know, they got to sell food now. They got to sell medicine. They can't just sell you garbage anymore. They got to sell all this other stuff that actually matters to us. Health, sex, and money. That stuff matters a ton. And this can be looked at like a financial asset. So like when you own the top Pokemon cards, people go, whoa, I know how expensive that is. That's crazy. And that's why it has so much pull onto the social media. That's why I can post a video of my Charizards and that runs off and pulls 40,000 views out of the shorts, you know, because people are looking at that going, wow, that's $100,000 in cards, which it's almost a ridiculous idea, isn't it? Like this guy could have $100,000 cash, but instead he has $100,000 in Charizards. Like, why? It's because, well, I'd rather have the Charizards. You know, the money doesn't matter. There's a lot of money. There's not a lot of Charizards. And that idea is working really well. And it might change one day. Something I can't foresee might happen. Maybe something with AI. Maybe money becomes meaningless. Who knows? But, you know, even in that scenario, if money becomes meaningless, the ironic thing is stuff that has social value that AI can't easily replicate might become even more valuable. You know, like if AI's got robots and the robots are making all kinds of products valueless, what's interesting, what might be the ultimate product is social value. Like the Mona Lisa might shoot up in price in a post, you know, AI sentience time period where money has no value. Well, guess what? The Mona Lisa still has value. You can't have AI replicate the Mona Lisa because it has a historical sentiment. It has a social capital to it. There's no way to have AI replicate that. The AI can draw a good Mona Lisa, but it can't make the Mona Lisa. It can't make this Mona Lisa from the past again. Wow, that is box number 3. Mr. Thim, I'm tossing you on that Lugia as well. What's your most expensive card? You have a first edition Zard? I do. I have a PSA 6 version of the card that I bought like in 2020. I think I bought him. I bought him in like 2020. I thought maybe I would just get a base set all graded in the 6s or something. And that was a stupid move. What I should have done back then is just gone ahead and bought myself a PSA 9 Zard. But even then, the better move from there wouldn't have been to even buy that. I should have just not bought any of the first edition base set Zards and just focused on like Gold Star 10s. That would have been the superior move. Really hard to know these things, by the way, until it happens. Then you look in hindsight and you go, oh, all I had to do was buy Gold Stars. That was all I had to do. Here's Larvitar. Here's Huntail. Actually, you know, like cases of Evolving Skies did better than base set Charizard. So like if you have $200,000 to spend on Pokemon, what do you buy? $200,000 of base set Charizard or $200,000 of Evolving Skies? Well, if you bought the Charizard, he might have gone from 200,000 to like 300,000. If you bought the Evolving Skies, it would have gone to 200,000 to 2 million. So yeah, it's like, it's a mistake if you buy that Charizard. Oops. But I do have some of my favorite cards right next to me because that's a very common question I've learned. Yeah, I've looked into my missing silver coin. Oh, yes. I have not looked into that. I'm so sorry. So I'm going to write that down on my notes right here. Sorry about that. I should have done that during dinner time. All right. Check for Miguel's missing stuff. I bet you it's down there, man. I bet you it's down there. I'm sorry about that, man. Miss Alexis comes in tomorrow. Why don't I do this? Why don't I go ahead and start printing you a label for that anyways? Because I bet you I bet you for sure it's down there. I got Mr. Dark Zard and Tyranitar. Right. I'm scared to know what the whole question you asked was. Alex, don't play. What? Hopefully whoever gets your cards when you're gone takes care of those beauties. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we all die, so none of this really does matter. It's like a game I'm playing, though, you know? Oh, look, I said save for Jen. Look at that. That's nice. Shining Mew. I bought that before that doubled in price. That was good. Dark Dragonite's a big one. Look at that. The Snorlax, another cool card I own. I was lucky to buy this early in 2019 for $2,754. That was a shocking amount of money in 2019 for a Pokemon card. So this was a top tier expensive card back then. And now it sells for like $15,000 or whatever it sold for less. Bought the last box. Okay, cool. Mr. I would like to sub with the gold coin. Also, that MU that I received today gave me a chance to move a booster pack of Rocket that bought for $500 to $1,200. Nice, man. My brother's friend has the Gold Star Dark Charizard and Rayquaza, both PSA 8. Nice. This is the, here's the Gold Star Zard in a 10, and I think his price today is now around 60K. So I feel lucky to own it because it would be so hard to purchase it at that price now. I don't think I could afford that. You know, like other people can. That's why I'm saying, like, there's guys out there who are actually pretty rich. They got a rich daddy, or they're like, you know, maybe they're like an actual celebrity. Maybe they're a CEO of a real company, not just a small card shop like mine. I just have a small card shop. So, you know, there's guys out there who are actually kind of rich. And so I've got this nice Charizard. I couldn't buy him at $60,000 today. That's too expensive. But so I'm lucky to have it. All right, so I've opened up our shipping equipment. And wait a second, this isn't right. There we go. All right, we got the right one. Miguel Vazquez, right? Miguel Vazquez. All right, so we got that set up to print your fresh label. So, Sven is done. Hathim's done. Sorry about the box, Mr. Hathim. Steven Gonzalez is next. He's waited a little while. 4 Poke Shuffles and the rest on Slab Away. $30 on Slab Away. This is Steven Gonzalez, Mr. Steven. It is people that are rich suck, says Nebby. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we are. Very nice. I don't think that the goal should be to like just hate people who are rich. I think the goal should be to become rich, you know? So that should be your goal. That should be everyone's goal. And I feel like some people don't believe that that's possible because they sort of view wealth as like a pie, you know, like there's a finite amount of money and you get as much as you can and then you don't get any more. I don't see it that way. A long time ago, I learned the concept that wealth is created. So in other words, when you invent a new thing and you start producing it very rapidly, you've like given this new thing out to humanity. So that's why over the years, we're living better than kings did in the past because wealth is created. So I have a strong belief that wealth is created. So the goal for you is then to be more productive because you believe that wealth is created. And let's see, we're going to toss this down to $120 remaining. Steven Gonzalez, thank you so much. All right. Miss Bridget. Bridget says, Hello Kitty, so pretty. Thank you. Meow. All right, here's the Hello Kitty. I mean, like billionaires, I wouldn't want to be a billionaire. I would give it away before I got to a billion. I just want to be in the 8 figures. I mean, pretty soon, billion won't even look like that much money because of the way that the money is working. So money is constantly inflating, right? In the past, you could buy like a whole lot of stuff with 1 penny. Now the penny is so meaningless that they're getting rid of it. They're actually throwing it away. So in the past, you could buy like a meal for a penny. I'm talking like $18.99. A penny bought so much in $18.99. Now a penny is virtually meaningless. So the idea of a billionaire being super wealthy doesn't have the meaning that you think it does. Another thing that you don't understand about the billionaires, they're not sitting on $1 billion of cash. Like, you know that, right? Does anyone tell you that? They're not sitting on $1 billion of cash. They're sitting on $1 billion worth of stock in their own company. And so if they start to sell that stock, the stock value goes down as they sell it, right? Because other people start to sell, and then the relative price of the stock goes down because there's too much supply, not enough demand. And also people will freak out if the leader of the company sells the stock. They'll say, oh, he knows something we don't. We're getting out. So when you hear that word billionaire, what do you mean by billion? You mean like $1 billion of cash? Or do you mean $1 billion of stock that the leader of the company owns? And so when you start to look at it from that perspective, there's not like maybe you're making a moral argument for how much people can own, how much money people can create. Because again, for me, it's about creation. Elon Musk, he created Tesla and he built it up to that valuation. So he created wealth. To me, there should be no limit on that because it's like arguing the idea that humans are limited in their ability to build. We want humans to build. Humans building is a good thing. The more humans can build, the more prosperous you are. Like, here's an example. If you look into like some of the poorest countries in the entire world, they don't have any billionaires. So you don't run into any billionaires in the poor countries. Is that what you want to be like? Do you want to be like that? I want to live in the country with the most billionaires because it's a sign that you had all the winners in your country and that they built a ton of stuff. You know, they built a ton of services, they built a ton of products, they built a ton of companies. And so I kind of celebrate that. I celebrate it as the success of productivity of humankind and the creation of wealth. We created something that didn't exist before, like the iPhone. There was a time where there was no iPhone, and now it exists. You know, so now my life is enriched, sort of. Some people would argue it didn't get enriched, but that's a different philosophical subject, isn't it? Thank you, Miss Bridget. I appreciate it. That was Miss Bridget, everybody. And let me put you on this card, Mr. Thim. I think you deserve to go on this, along with Tammy, because you buy a little bit all the time, and it all adds up. Here you go, Mr. Thim. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. All right. Now, again, this is not a one list going off, and then the Lugia gets handed out. There's probably going to be 5 rounds of 20 is what I'm betting. 5 rounds of 20. All right, Jumbo Pack time, says Le Mange. I need to build a Jumbo Pack. You're right. I need to build a Jumbo Pack. Here, take this down, pass it around. So that's a really big idea, and I actually really like conversing and philosophizing, if that's a word, and maybe teaching a little bit some of the ideas I've learned over the years. But that idea of wealth creation, when they made the iPhone, they made wealth out of thin air because they created something that didn't exist for humans before. And now everyone owns one, and it allows you to get DoorDash and bid on things on eBay and watch boobs on your phone in your bed. So your life, the amount of enjoyment you have in your life went up significantly, and you didn't even earn it. Some other guy did. So yeah, and now there's like a CEO who runs that company, and he's got stocks in the company. It's like $1 trillion company, and he's becoming a billionaire over time. But you got to have a guy who runs the whole organization, right? So he's just going to be paid a lot. But it's a sign that everybody wants an iPhone. So, you could be a billionaire too. You have to sell some product, 100 million times at $10 per product, and then you'll be a billionaire. It's a sign that you've done something, that you've provided something to the society that they voluntarily chose to purchase. Here's Anthony Frank Haymeyer. Can I use some of the cash to grade my last 2 vending cards with tag and then send the rest as cash? Okay, so you would like to cash out. Give me a second here. So this has to be converted into the 69%. Isn't it 69 or is it 68? I think it's 69% for cash. But first, we're going to convert some of it at the store credit level. So Anthony Haymeyer, grade my last 2 vending cards. I know what you're talking about. That's out in the other room. Let me go grab it. All right, be right back. Oh, yeah. Here we are. Whoa. So what does that look like for you? What does wealth creation look like for you? Let's say you work at McDonald's, you're the fry chef. You currently create hamburgers. They're not worth a lot. They're worth a couple dollars each. If you could get employed in a chip factory, now you're making one of the most valuable products in the world. You're going to be paid so much. There's so much money to make. So you need to go get into that factory. You probably don't have the right skill set yet. So you need to upgrade yourself. That's what it's all about. You need to level up your brain like a video game. There we go. All right. Get into home construction. Homes are so overpriced, everyone's building them. What do you think is more valuable per hour of your time? What's more valuable per hour of your time? Crafting hamburgers or crafting a home? Well, a home, of course. And so you got to upgrade that skill, baby. And then you'll go get paid $40, $50, $60, $70, $80,000 a year. And when you're good at it and you're a little older, you need to take over that business. And all of a sudden you'll be making six figures, maybe more. Maybe you paid like $200,000 a year. Maybe you own the business. Maybe you started a competing business. So that's what it's all about, you know. You're providing more value and getting paid more. You're creating something. You're creating a home. You're building it out of nothing. Out of thin air, there's now this big, beautiful home, and it came from your brain. That's really amazing when you think about it. All right, let me do this math conversion using AI, which is another amazing thing that came out of nowhere. They just made it up one day. Okay, so let's see. Let me write it on my computer. You have to be productive with whatever you do. At the moment, I'm focused on surrounding myself with people smarter than me. That's a good idea too, actually. All right. Let's see. I owe my customer some money from a store credit card. The card is $1,015, but it was calculated from 74% of the sale of a consignment item. And he wants to cash out at 69% of the original value. Can you calculate that? All right. I really can't wait for whatever innovations Elon pulls out. He said he'd be unveiling a flying car within the next 6 months. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, so it's $946 in cash, okay? $946. Anthony Haymeyer. I'm going to go look you up and pay you out, okay? So that's a consignment sale. I helped him sell a nice sand slash, and he is cashing out on that. Just to have the cash for the utility stub outs. So, you know, we got to help people make more money. That's the way I see it. We got to help people make more money. And I think what that means, it means we got to, I think America maybe has a really serious education problem. People are spending a lot of time not even being educated correctly for high paying jobs. So that's the way I kind of see it. Okay, so Mr. Anthony, I'm going to grab your email. People need to be pointed in the direction of just how to make tons of money. You know what I'm saying? Like there should be an analysis of the best paying jobs that you are very well suited for. And then you should just like aggressively pursue that and go get paid a lot of money. And when you're paid a lot of money, you will suddenly be on the other side of the equation of the whole taxes and socialism thing. You'll be like, maybe if I'm working my ass off all day, doing something meaningful for society, or just doing something dangerous or doing something difficult that you had to work on really hard, maybe you should be paid out for that. And it's okay to keep more of your money. It's not evil or wrong to say, I created this and it belongs to me. You know what I mean? I made this. Okay, 946 coming your way. Oh, okay, but this is also an international. So for the international orders, if we can't do it over Wise, I'm charging $5 in fees. So this will end up being about 941, okay? There it is, because guess what? That's what PayPal charges me. I'll show you a receipt if you'd like. We're going to hit next. You get a security check, all right? Let me get my phone. security check. Oh, I have to hit next. Okay, hold on. Getting a security check here, guys. Okay. All right. How do you want to pay? Yeah, right there is a $5 fee for that. Ooh, I can pay from my other account. That's good. Let's do that. I didn't know I could do that. So we'll pay that way. Okay, and then I'm doing friends and family, it looks like. And send. There you go. That's a lot of money. Congratulations, Anthony Haymeyer, and thank you, Mr. CSman, for purchasing the Dark Sand Slash. Toss this up here. I went from working at Lowe's, making $13,000 a year, to making almost $100,000 now, just by changing occupation. It was crazy. Yeah, I actually worked a lot of low-end jobs when I was young, guys. I worked just normal jobs like a normal guy. I worked at Target. I worked for my dad for like $3.50 an hour when I was 14 years old. He ran a home business. I learned everything we're doing here from him when we had that home business. So I learned a lot of stuff about selling. I just happen to also be kind of a talker too, so I'm not bad at YouTube, I guess, to some degree. To some degree, I say. I'm definitely good at yapping, so I can just blah, blah, blah all day long. Oh, did you guys see this? The new lightning break. It's this Altard of Lucario and Melmetal. Jump into there. That is the new lightning break. Here's War Turtle, and here is Mickey Mouse and Minnie for $39 in its pristine 10 and its holographic. And this is Bandai Namco 100-year anniversary. Mister, did you see the new Mega Gengar Altart? Oh, it's out. Let's see. I bet your Pokebeach has got it. That high-class set. I'm scared of the prices, Mr. LaFlame. I'm scared of them. They're just absolutely ridiculous. All right. Well, okay, it's not on this website then. Officially revealed starring Mega Dragonite. So Mega Dream has the new wings on his head Dragonite in it, huh? That's interesting. No, I haven't seen it. That Mega Gengar would break the hobby. Is that it? I think I'm seeing it. It looks nice. I mean, it does look like Mega Gengar. I don't know how much I like Mega Gengar, to be honest. Like, I like regular Gengar a little bit better, perhaps. Let's see what you guys are saying real fast. I'm going to read your comments, okay? So, Ryan says, I'm the brokest guy in that factory. No! Sandslash Squad said, can I get 4 History of Z as well? Oh, my God. I wish you had told me that. I would have loved to have sold you History of Z. Oh, my gosh. I didn't see that. There's so many comments. It easily gets hidden. Let's see. Doing a trailer park can make you $1 million. I'm going to build an AI where Pokemon can talk back to you. Next year, 1 million subs. Albert says 690. I really can't wait for whatever innovation Elon pulls out. Just have to have cash for utility. Calculator beats AI. If flying cars can happen, they will never fix the roads. A big issue, though, is people end up doing things and getting degrees that are not valuable. Yes, exactly. People need help optimizing their time usage and optimizing their skill set so that you go out into the world and you produce something valuable and awesome. And then you trade that with people and really enrich their lives, and you get paid well for that. That is the goal, you know? That is the goal. That's the dream. Let's see. I know how to make $100,000 a year. It involves a few hot tubs. Oh, my God. That's when I was 21. Now I work in a scrapyard, working equipment. Nice. I was a CNA cleaning up stuff daily for 9 years until I started medical school. Yeah, medical is good, man, because that's something people will not want a computer doing like their medicine to a certain degree. They don't want a robot putting needles in their arm. So there's some medical jobs that are probably pretty well protected. I'm scared too, says LaFlame. Good luck on the giveaways, lads. I want a drawn 6/7 card. Being realistic about what job pays best. You want me to draw 6/7? All right, thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and move on to the next order. We have Luke Laurie with the $100 order. Congratulations, he says, on 100,000. 60 to Sabaway and 3 Halo Upper Decks. Ooh, okay, Luke Laurie, you got it. Mr. Luke, this goes down to $300. Holland Manectric. That's a good one. You got that for just $600. That's feels underpriced, actually. And then 3 Halo Upper Decks. 3 Halo Upper Decks. Where are those? Let's see. Where would I be storing those today? Because I do not know where they're being kept. Could they be in here? Says Halo. Here they are. I found them. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Grab the 3 of them. Robots can't hold a plunger. Is this on mobile? How do I order on mobile? Says Luke. It's Luke Crawford. Well, Mr. Luke, is the website not in the chat? Is it not pinned in the chat? So that's one option, is to use the new website, and you can use custom payments. It doesn't look like it's pinned in the chat. Huh, did I not pin the website? Hold on, let me pin the website first of all. It is pinned? Oh, that's so weird. I can't see it. That's so strange. Now, so you can use the pinned website, but if you need to see the full description of items for sale is over here. We're going to click on this. Then we're going to click on description. Then we're going to click on more. And look at this. So scroll that up. How to order, payment options, shipping, buyer agreement, secret menu, vintage box break, custom boosters, and then everything else. Lots of stuff. Right now, the Weiss Japanese is crazy cheap. It's on clearance, like we're fully liquidating a lot of it. It's very cheap. Take a look at that. EB1 is on clearance. I might clearance more stuff, I don't know. But we got super low prices. The prices on the English packs are better than ever. I went in and lowered them the other day. We are, ooh. I haven't seen Halo cards in years. Awesome. Okay, here we go. So these are Halo Upper Deck. They came out like last year, and they contain some incredibly good pulls in them, like voice actor signatures. And I bet you there's one of one cards in here because they do have numbered cards. They got like these Cortana chips where you have to give in a code to get your pull. There's hard plastic fat cards. Yeah, it's all the cool stuff you see in Topps, right? Okay, I'm actually low on these. These sell out. These sell out. I've had to restock them like 3 times because they sell so consistently. Especially now that Halo's been confirmed to be coming to the PlayStation, I think people are even more excited for this brand because it's really going to be more like Destiny now, where it's appealing to everyone. It's not just for Xbox. Halo 4. We are. I actually feel, Mr. One pack is yours. I get a pack. All right, I'll take the next pack. This one's for me. He's buying me a pack, guys. It's like buying me a beer. Baby beer. Okay, ready? I got an idea, guys. I got a business plan. It's called baby beer. Beer for babies. The idea is too good. What's the next step? Oblivion. Topps grew on me because it actually has uber limited cards. Yeah, Topps is cool, man. You got to get into Topps Pokemon, man. They're actually pretty cheap. Have you guys looked into Topps Pokemon? Topps Pokemon's cheap as hell. All right, so I get a nice little spaceship and this goofy looking guy and a couple commons. Ooh, I like the Arbiter from Halo Wars. I was a big fan of Halo Wars. I was on the top 100 leaderboard for Halo Wars because I played it for like 8 hours a day, every day for like well over a year. And then I would take like a month-long break and just get right back into it. I was really good at it too. Yeah. Maybe that was part of why it was so addicting. One time I was in a situation where it was like a 3v1 and I still won. And that's like impossible in real-time strategy. Like that should not be possible. Yes, very good. I had friends would sometimes, they would like team up against me and they still could not beat me. Here's UNSC Cruiser. But I played a lot more than they did, so, you know. But I just enjoy games like that. I do. I enjoyed another game on the Game Boy called Advanced Wars. I was really good at that, too. My brothers would do 2v1s versus me, and still is. Because I really enjoy strategy. And then they would not play with me anymore. They say, I'm not going to play that with you. They'd be like, nope. All right, what we got here? You have friends? I had a lot of gaming friends before I became a YouTuber. When I became a YouTuber, I kind of blew them all off, actually. That doesn't sound right. But I kind of, they lost me, and then my audience gained me. So my friends on Xbox, I disappeared. I kind of told them from time to time what I was doing. I was like, I'm a YouTuber now. And they're like, whoa. All right. I'm flying solo now, trying to make up the lost time. I wasted so much time of my life hanging out with people, always talking bad about rich people. Never those people ever talk about and or doing to level up your brain to get rich. You're so right, man. Like, I feel like, again, it becomes almost like a social identity to do sort of like an us versus them with the rich and the poor. You know, like if you want to be cool, if you want to be part of the group, you got to be kind of like a hater. You got to join you got to join the club, you got to join the union, whatever you want to call it. And it's a sort of grievance, anger, sentiment. But I'm not like that. I just sit down and go, what is the absolute best strategy for me to make the absolute best life I can for myself? That's it. I don't care about anyone else's opinion. Maybe that's a little bit of the tism, just kind of coming in and ignoring all the social. Like, again, I don't like stories in video games. I have trouble watching movies. I have trouble watching TV shows. The emotional side of all that stuff, super boring to me. My mom was like that. She didn't like to watch movies. So I always thought that was strange about her. And now I'm an adult and I'm in the exact same way. I just care about the absolute best strategy for what happens next for me so that I can own a nice home and pay for my health care and not have to worry about those things later in life. And I'm passionate about it. It's like a video game to me. It doesn't have to be a social thing. It doesn't have to be a political thing. You can look at it like it's just the rules of a video game, like the game of mechanics. Imagine people work so hard to be good at a video game, and they don't work that hard at setting their own lives up, But I do. I see the life and the game as the same thing. It's no different for me. There's no line between them. There you go. Luke Laurie. Thank you so much, Luke. The older the fruit, the sweeter the juice. Snabby says, just different strokes. I spend time helping people, other people, like just purely making money. Well, I spent time as a worker at Target, and there was definitely very strong feelings in my chest about, the rich and the poor, the managers, the upper manager. There's just this stinky feeling you get almost. Like when I worked for Coca-Cola, and I tell this story a lot, I remember it was Christmas time, and I was covered in dirt basically from working, because you just get dirty working in back rooms and picking up stuff that was on pallets and inside of truck trailers. So my arms are all colored gray and crap from all the dirt. And I'm stocking a shelf. This beautiful family comes in. This guy's got this hot wife. He's got a baby in the stroller cart. He's wearing this nice wool coat. He's wearing black leather gloves. And he comes over, he takes soda off the shelf. So I'm some kind of loser making $12 an hour, and he's some rich guy. And he honestly doesn't even look that much older than me. He looks like maybe 8 years older than me. Okay, he's not much older than me. We were so far apart, and I hated it. I hated the feeling of it. And, so when I think of places like California, I think of places like Illinois, and I think of places like New York, that's got to be happening all day over there. All day long. There's got to be people who are just barely scraping by. And then you're just surrounded by billionaires and millionaires, so you hate it. And it's so that's part of our monkey brains to feel that way. We just hate it. We hate the way it looks. We hate the optics of it. We feel like it's unfair. It should be made fair. And yet it's the more you choose to attack that guy from the government, the less you have a chance to become wealthy, it almost seems. It's like he managed to become that way in a playing field where the taxes were low. Well, now you're raising the taxes, so you get to go into that playing field, and now the playing field's harder for you than it was for him. You actually just made it harder for yourself to raise yourself up. Hathim says, last MetaZoo box. You got it. All right. Very nice. Very good. So you're living in this playing field, this video game, where you have a chance to build wealth, and you're sabotaging your own chances. But I think there's a lot of people who don't believe in themselves at all. You listen to some talk show radio host, what's his name? Something Oliver or whatever it is. And they tell you, you'll never be a billionaire. And it's he actually might be pretty accurate. You're probably not going to be a billionaire. But the principle of the concept that you're just going to punish all your billionaires, and the idea that you'll never be a millionaire, that's actually not true at all. A lot of Americans are millionaires. It's actually a super high number, higher than anywhere else in the world. Tons of Americans become millionaires. You have a real shot at that. We are. But not if your whole sentiment is you hate wealth creation, you hate rich people, you hate the billionaires, the very guys who create all the tools that help you build wealth. Like I have this iPhone, it's helping me build wealth. I didn't design it. It didn't come from my own merit. I just happen to live in a world where some billionaire made this with his team, his organization. And so I don't hate him. He's not stealing food out of my food bowl. He's not effing my wife or something, So I live alongside him, and it's not a big problem. And he's out there working with his team to invent new things. And those new tools will change my life in a positive way. Like AI is a thing. There's people becoming AI billionaires. I don't hate that. Now I got AI. So now I can use AI to enrich myself too. I can use AI to help me improve my company. AI to give me advice in life, or to You know, if I'm not sure about something, I can ask the usual people I ask for advice, but I can use the computer for advice too. It can be another perspective, and it's a pretty, you know, it's actually surprisingly good, very well reasoned. So there's these guys becoming billionaires because of AI. I don't hate them for it. I'm glad that we're getting this. If we didn't get AI and China did, I would feel like we're living in the past and they get to live in the future. So it's just a matter of when something big like that gets invented and wealth is created, who should get that wealth, you know? And if you remove that incentive for people to get that wealth, I think that that's not necessarily a good thing for innovation. And if you just give all that money to the government, I also don't really believe that the government's really going to hand it all to you. The government's just going to hoard it. It's going to enrich its own family. It's just a different billionaire. The billionaire is in the government instead of in the private sector. All right, there we go. I hope that sand slash sells for a good amount on auction. Hell yeah, dude. Maybe I'll go place a bid on it for fun. The best way to combat to be content with knowing that enough means and being personally happy with who you are and where you are going. If I ever get $1 million, I'm still eating Costco hot dog and gas station hot dog. Alex, you could be a millionaire. Here we are. All right, you ready? But, you know, it's like Minecraft a little bit. If you look over at someone else's building and it's way bigger than yours, it's going to discourage you from building something yourself. If you've played Minecraft, you know that feeling. You go into Minecraft, you're building some little home, you think you're building something cool, you feel proud of it, then you turn on the internet, and you look at what other people have built, and you're like, why do I even play this game? You know, it makes you think like, I'm just wasting my time. Look at this guy, he builds way better than I do. You can't do that. It's like, if you focus too much on other people, it like steals all the joy out of life. You know, some guy built some giant company and it made him a billionaire. If all you do is stare at his billion, it'll steal all the joy out of your life. And you can't stop him from wanting to make $1 billion, and you can't stop him from wanting to build a company. It's in his nature to do that. And it's a good thing. He employs a lot of people. He creates this huge organization and he leads it. He's the leader of a massive $1 trillion organization. And that $1 billion is wrapped up in stock. So, you know, I want people to hear these words. I want them to think about it more. I don't want you to just have one side of the story. I want you to have two sides of the story. And I want people to focus on making themselves wealthy and aspiring to that. You should aspire to it. We are. Let's see. Here's Matlocks. You know, in China, communist China, there's a bunch of billionaires over there now. And they were famously communist. China was very communist. Now they got a bunch of billionaires. What's up with that, you know? Are they just idiots now? Here's, opening this. Going to med school route teaches you delayed gratification of law, 4 years undergrad, 4 years med school. Oh yeah, that's a lot of work, man. I think I would have been too scared to do medicine. Here we got Chibi Quetzal. Come on, we got to get a numbered card for Mr. Them. Let's see. Roll the Black Flame booster box of Korean. There should be no booster boxes of Black Flame Korean. Actually, I should be sold out of it. Is that still on the menu? Black Flame Korean should be sold out. Let me go look for it. Make sure we don't have it. Yeah, I want you guys to aspire to a good life. I want you to aspire to like creating wealth for yourself and for others. And don't get super sour because you were building a house in Minecraft and you looked up and some other guy's got some massive house. You're like, I'll never build that. You're letting that. It's like a old monkey feeling that we get from nature, right? We evolved to feel jealousy. It's like group dynamics evolution in our brain to feel jealousy when the other monkey has too many grapes and you don't have enough grapes, right? But affordability and cost of living are real problems. I understand this. Homes cost too much. Food costs too much. Pokemon cards cost too much. And I wonder sometimes what the solution is. And I feel like so many people were robbed of an actually valuable education that teaches you how to make money. I talk about this. My dad taught me how to sell stuff when I was a kid because we were so poor. And now that became the most valuable skill. And I took all this college education and it didn't actually help me make money. It didn't actually matter. What was really important was knowing how to sell stuff. And that's kind of true for every business, every job. Even if you have a job where you're a technician, like maybe you're a computer scientist, you have to sell yourself to the company. You have to go in and say, hey, buddy, we're going to make so much money together. Hire me. So you have to learn how to sell really badly. And I was lucky. I got to learn that when I was a child, and it changed my life, And they don't really teach that too well in school. I don't think they do. Maybe they do now. I don't know if the schools are already adapting. They probably do. The schools probably adapt. I can't be the first one to say these things and think these ways, but so, college was pointless. There was so much pointless crap in college, and it was to my detriment. Like, not only was I going into debt for college, I was not earning any money. Terrible. So many people are doing that right now. This very moment, there's a whole group of people out there going to college for something like a history degree. What are you going to sell? I could tell you what I could sell all day long. I could sell Pokemon cards all day long. That's great. So you go to school to learn how to sell Pokemon cards, and you'll get rich from that. You go to school to learn like how to talk about history. It's like, well, okay. Enjoy $80,000 of debt and no job. And that's very dangerous in our society, and I think there's a lot of that going on. And people think that the problem with their situation maybe is like some guy over there named Elon Musk is a billionaire. It's like, no. It's the history degree. It robbed you. The history degree robbed you. You should have learned something like how to build a home or something. Or even truck driving is so weird. Truck driving, they said it would be obsolete. Remember Yang Gang, Andrew Yang? No, trucks are still going. That was like, wasn't that over 8 years ago? How long ago was that? That was like 12 years ago, wasn't it? Was it 12? Or was it 8? It was a long time ago. Hey, I got a little email about reaching 100,000 subscribers. That's so cool. Let's see, we got Spookster. But they said that, truck jobs were obsolete. But actually, they were pretty good for the last 10 years, it feels like. And just think of all the people who avoided getting a truck driving job because they thought the job was obsolete. So everyone avoided it. So they're probably paid so well right now. That's the irony. They're probably being paid like $80,000 a year, a bunch of them. Here it is. They're probably making like 80. And then there's a guy who got a stinky history degree from school, and he owes like 6% interest on his $80,000 degree. And he's working at Starbucks going, God, the system, it's so unfair. It's like, well, it's unfair in the sense that you didn't get a good skill and you didn't get a good job with your skill. That is unfair. But how do we help you with that? How do we fix that? Look at this. Dingle Bell. Ooh. I must be sleeping. I missed the free ones. Any OP13? Are you selling English OP13? That's on the way over. So we have some English OP shipping to us. Hey, you got dingleberries. Woo! Aw, yeah. Jared says so many degrees like psychology or history or English, the only thing you can do with it is go back to college to teach what you just learned. Yeah, that's one of the most popular degrees amongst women is actually a psychology degree. And they hold 2/3 of the college debt in the United States. They hold 2/3 of the debt. And their favorite degree was the psychology degree. So it was like it was a big trap. It was actually, you're just kind of suckered. You're like a customer of the college education system. So it was actually not an investment. It was a product, and it was a bad product, and they got you. And the banks got you. Whoever loaned you the money, it might be the government, they got you too. So you're going to pay the government tons of interest over the years. So you've been tricked, man. And it feels bad. But now you got a lot of people that need help in life, and the cost of living's gone up, and you want to blame this small group of CEOs for all your problems. It's like, the government can't save you. That's what a lot of people, the moment you realize that, you're free. The government cannot save you. You have to save you. You, your family, your friends, you have to start becoming a strategist like a gamer almost, and start making the absolute best move all the time. And that'll save you. So it's a brain game. You are. And that's kind of what I've been talking about since we started rambling about this. And that's kind of what we do a lot in this stream. We ramble a lot, huh? Eternal Snowflake. I still like that one. Here it is. All right. I'm not going to talk about that subject. Let's see. I've done psychology. You need to go way deeper and get better degrees. Yeah, so psychology degree almost requires a doctorate, right? You could get like a master's, and you might be able to get like a a business psychology degree with the master's. But psychology degrees, they require a lot of education to become valuable. And I like psychology. It's really cool. It's super cool. Did you know you could just open a psychology education book and just read it, and that's it? And now you're just as educated as the person with the degree. All you have to do is open the book and read it. It's like, what are you going to sell with that? At the end of the day, you read a book on psychology. Now, what are you going to sell? Because you got to sell. That's where the money comes from. That's the money part. And so a lot of people should stop and think about their degrees and say, what am I going to sell? Because if you don't have an answer to that question, I'll tell you what you're going to sell. You're going to sell Starbucks coffee. That's what you're going to sell. You're going to sell Starbucks coffee with your degree. We are, because people buy coffee. Oh yeah, they buy Mountain Dew. Waiter, I have a glass of your finest red. We are. People buy hot dogs. They buy Pokemon cards. They buy cars and they buy homes. Those are some good ones. They buy people who chop their trees down. I had to pay a guy $1,000 to chop a tree down. Did you catch that? $1,000 to chop a tree, one tree, $1,000. Who's going to school for that? Nobody. Everyone almost looks at that job like it's some sort of loser, poor person job. Oh, you cut trees. You must be like a redneck. Dude, that guy's making bank, dude. He's a guaranteed millionaire. I had to pay it. You know why? They all charged $1,000 for tree removal. We shopped for tree removal. We had multiple guys quote us for tree removal. It was all $1,000. I'm like, man, I'm in the wrong business. And forget about Pokemon. I'm gonna go chop some trees down. You are. You go make some good money. You could do Starbucks or you can do chopping trees down. Guess which one's gonna make you a millionaire? It's not Starbucks. Isn't that weird? Because you can't go to school to chop trees down. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. You don't go to college to learn how to chop down trees. I don't think you do anyways. But Mr. Thim, you got one numbered card. Woo! Oh yeah. Mr. Thim, eating good tonight. Lumberjack time. Yeah, so it's weird how school does not really care to explain. You guys are learning this stuff from me because we're talking about it because this is YouTube and we're talking and we love to talk. You're learning that here. Why are you not learning that in school? Could it be because the school does not want you to drop out of school and go start a lumberjack business? Probably. Why would they tell you while you're in college that you're probably not going to make any money on your degree when you're over there paying them like tens of thousands of dollars for that degree? They're not going to tell you that. Ooh. All right. Mr. Hathim, that's not their business. Their business is, you got some of that government money, don't you? Oh, good, give it to us. That's their business. That's all they care about. Grab this. Ooh. So it's not a good system, and I wish we could help more people. There you go. Who would think you become a millionaire from opening a tree cutting business, you know? Step 1, join a tree cutting company. Step 2, save your money up. Step 3, start your own tree cutting company in an area that's underserved. It's just like this really simple thing. Here's Diglett. Ooh. Thank goodness. I think the college bubble is starting to burst. Well, I think men caught on to this issue early. I don't think girls caught on to it quite as quickly. And in fact, I don't think most girls aspire to cut trees down, you know, so I don't think that's it for them. They're not going to start a tree cutting company. But for guys, that's, you know, you got bigger arms. So it's like you can go, you definitely start cutting trees down. But yeah, so guys are starting to recognize, whoa, how much money can I make just chopping some dude's tree down? $1,000. That's a real cost, by the way. It was $1,000 to have one tree removed. And we paid another guy like $5,000 to remove 8 little trees. They weren't even big. Bunch of little trees. They were all dead and they were risks. They were going to fall down on top of our dock or on top of our neighbor's dock. So they were all risks. So we had to have them chopped down. So we gave away $6,000. And you know what was crazy? They had it done in minutes, dude. They had like this crane truck with a claw and it just like held the tree in place and they were chopping it to pieces super fast and they were done in minutes. They had those trees down so fast it was shocking. So, you know, there's guys who do lawn care and make probably good money. These guys are like a step above that. They do a different kind of thing. They do a tree removal and it's paying hella money, dude. They're just getting rich on that. Why? Because no one aspires to that job. All right, let me grab this music and put it back on. They have no competition. Everyone's like, I'm going to be a computer scientist. Miss Janice, Lucky Pokey Shuffles, you got it, Miss Janice. Going deep. Thank you, Miss Janice. Appreciate you. Yeah, like $1,000 a day for one tree. So like four jobs a day, 60,000 a month. Crazy, dude. Wait, let me look this up. AI would probably know some of this. How much money do you think a tree removal company makes per year? Plus, no one likes hard labor, but it pays. It says a solo tree operator makes between 80 to 150,000 a year in annual revenue, and then a small company with 2 to 3 workers makes between $250 to $600,000 a year. Wow, $500,000 per year on the high end. Wow. And it says a large regional operator makes up to $5 million per year. Wow. Nobody thinks of this job. It's like this critical job that somebody has to do, and no one's thinking about it. And no one says, "Oh, you're going to go to school for the tree cut." So we're kind of hitting the nail too many times here, but you get my point, right? How many jobs out there exist that are exactly the same idea? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But no, but people just do the easy thing. They pull out a huge government loan at 6% interest. Then they go party in school for like an easy degree, like a psychology or history degree. Now they owe $80,000 of debt. They come out with a useless degree, and they blame Elon Musk for this. It's like, damn, dude. I wish I could talk to you and help you. I wish I could sit down and strategize with you. Here's Bombardier. Here's the wrench. Here's Simapan or something. Here's Kangaskhan. Here's, what's the dog's name? Grieveyard? No, Grieveyard's the big one. Here's, I don't know these new Pokemon's names very well. Oh, TGO5 Pikachu 9. Very cute. Houndoom and Vulpix. All right. 100 viewers. Let's go. Did we hit 100 viewers? Arborists, right? Also, a lot of those companies will offer you a discount if you pay them in cash. Just had a new roof put on the barn of my family's farm. It was $19,000. They gave me a $2,000 discount down to $17,000 for paying cash. Nice. There we go. For paying cash, huh? With a wink and a smile. Wink. All right. So let's go grab this. That's funny. That's interesting. The psychology degree isn't a complete waste of time and money. It does lead to a master's. You might be right. There's definitely people who get job in therapy, and I bet you there's a ton of psychology degrees. So if you guys are going for becoming a psychiatrist or something, all the power to you. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who kind of go to college very casually, and they come out with a simple bachelor's degree, and it totally sets them up for a huge debt in life and no way to make money on that degree, and it's a trap. And then, you know, it's very hard for them to get out of that mistake, and their life is like ruined because of it. So it's a real problem. We're talking about on the broader subject is I want people to be able to just become wealthy. I do. I want people to become wealthy and understand that high taxes is not your friend. High taxes stops you from investing in your retirement, and that the goal isn't to live in a super high tax society. The goal is to live in a society with high incomes and low taxes. That's the goal. All right. So this is going to say Steven Gonzalez. That's what America has been for a long time, and it become a very wealthy country with a lot of millionaires. The average American can become a millionaire just by making the right moves. There's so much growth and expansion in this country, too. There's huge chunks of Missouri that are undeveloped, huge chunks of Tennessee undeveloped, plenty of stuff going on in big states like Texas and Florida. There's so much growth out there and so much opportunity. We're trying to stay ahead of the rest of the world with the creation of chips, the creation of AI. But there's just so much going on. There's so much opportunity. And I think people get depressed and anxious, and they think they go into like a negative mind. They go into a sort of like, there's not enough money around for anyone. There's just a couple rich, greedy CEOs eating all the money, and that's why I can't have any money. And I don't think that that's healthy. But also, people are in survival mode. Let's see. People are in survival mode because the cost of living is so high, and they're just not making any money at Starbucks. So you're not making any money at Starbucks. You're not making any money at Target, at Walmart. These jobs that are, they're meant to be done by robots. They really are. Those jobs are meant to be done by robots, and they will soon enough. Soon enough, the robots will do those jobs. All right, guys, the queue is empty. Let's focus on that giveaway. Oh, so, okay, let's give away all 6 spots right now. Click. All right, we got Miss Janice. Those jobs are meant to be done by robots. You need to do a job that's more intelligent and creative and difficult. And that's the goal, you know, that's the goal. So, there you go, Terry. Cactuar Queen. I want that for you guys. You know, I want you guys to be successful in life. If I can help you with that, or say just the right thing to unlock something in your head, or point you in the right direction, or share some of my experiences that might help you reflect on what's going on in your life, I want to be able to do that. Here it is, Mr. Patrick at number 6. We got Joshua Rodriguez. I don't think it's a, you know, I don't think it's a pie where, I don't think it's a cream pie where there's a finite amount of wealth and we're all killing each other to get that finite amount of wealth. Again, I'm a believer in the creation of wealth. There was no iPhone, and then boom, one day there was an iPhone. My life just became so valuable, you know? All right, what we got? They're doing that right now with AI. They're all rushing to make it. Landing on 3, Cactuar. It's Cactuar Princess. What? Cactuar Princess it is. Here you are. I can't remember your real name. I'm going to put you down as Cactuar Queen. Whenever you ship, be sure to have me look for Cactuar Queen, okay? Just mention I have slabs under Cactuar Queen. Warm apple pie. There we go. Very good. Okay. And by the way, I'm not like totally on the side of like rich people, totally on the side of the billionaires, the millionaires, the jerks who have all the money. I do, again, I said this before, I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. Some people just, they want like a pure free market. I don't believe in that either. I think taxes are good. I think it's just that you want to have the right amount. You want to have a competitive amount. And so that's all that, you know what I mean? So I don't believe in like, oh, we need to eat the rich. I just think give them an incentive to be here and pay taxes, and then bring that tax to whatever you can bring it up to without them all taking flight. So that's the way I see it. It's strategy, you know, strategy. By the way, have you guys joined this break? This is one of the best breaks. The heartbreak break. We are. I think some people get like obsessed with that sort of like, oh, there should be no government or something. It's like, well, when you do that, businesses tend to pollute. They tend to, you know, they tend to treat the workers a lot worse. We are. No government's not exactly a good idea either. Some kind of mix, you know. Man, that's beautiful. All right. The scales are tipped heavily in the billionaire's favor. Well, so maybe that's where the conversation is, right? Like trying to describe why you think that is tipped in their favor, and maybe why I think it's probably good where it's at, probably shouldn't be messed with too much. You know what I'm saying? So that's my position, is it's already in a good place. Why change it? All right, let me grab this. You want to know, when it came to the cost of living crisis, that happened during COVID. I said that during COVID too. When COVID occurred, I told everyone, you have no idea how bad this is going to be down the road. And basically what I knew is that since the government was handing out very low interest loans, a lot of people don't understand this. This is a really important idea, guys. When the government hands out low interest loans, that is the same thing as printing money. It's no different. It's not exactly the same as printing money, but it's extremely close. So low interest debt is it is just like printing money. Comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, for 3% per year, some guy can buy real assets with just cash that came out of thin air. So when the government started doing that, when the interest rates went down to 3%, all the rich guys refinanced. And of course, you know, young, poor people can't do that. But, you know, even people who were middle class, they went out and bought a home at 3%. So there was this massive home inflation, massive. And that's your number one cost in life, is just the cost of your rent and the cost of your home. So that 3% interest rate was horrible. And it was great for people who already had homes, terrible for young people. So it's really unfair. But that's precisely why you shouldn't let the government print money. You shouldn't let government raise the debt ceiling. You shouldn't let government give out low interest loans. because it really just benefits those who already are in a position to borrow. It does not actually help young people or poor people. And so if you want to help young people or poor people, make the rich pay higher interest, make them pay interest on their loans, make them, force them to save up and actually pay interest on those things. But people are worried that if you do that, the economy won't grow, some argument like that. I don't know if I believe in that. I think that, when you do that money printing, it's a centrally controlled government, a lot like being taxed, but it's a different kind of tax. So when COVID occurred and everyone was getting free money, you were actually destroying the future. So now we have this cost of living crisis, and it was the result of doubling the money in debt in circulation. Javier Arroyo, what's up, Mr. Five Hollow Shuffles, two Prismatics. So this very difficult scenario that we're in 2025, and it's not difficult for everybody, but it's difficult for some, and especially for people in the bottom rung of society, it's very difficult. It's predictable because of the money printing during COVID. It was essentially, like the death spiral when it comes to money. You just can't do that. You cannot do that. You ready? I sold and built a brand new home thanks to the COVID housing boom and low interest rates. Nice. How many spots left in the heartbreak? One. I'm going to get a couple, just can't at the moment. Mr. Jared, there's a lot of spots, so it won't fill up tomorrow, but it's probably going to fill up. That's a popular one. They just gave us what they take now. We just lost in reactivity. 1, 2, 3. You got it. Javier Arroyo. Here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, all of the cheap debt and all of the money printing during COVID is why we have an affordability crisis. The value of money basically divided in half, but your wages did not double. That's what happened. So the cost of a home doubled, but your wages did not double. That's why you're poor. That's why it feels like everybody's poor. The cost of food went up like 100% over time. It doubled. Okay, so Gengar 9. That's what did it. And now if you think the trick is to raise the debt ceiling way higher and have the government go way more in debt, if you think that's the trick, unfortunately, it's not. Higher productivity is the trick. We must produce more goods and earn more money by trading. That will solve it. Because we spent money we didn't have, and spending more money that you don't have doesn't actually solve the original problem. Here we go, Gengar. Ooh, little Gengar there. Nothing too crazy, Javier. You basically cannot print your way out of a debt problem. There it goes. It feels like sexy and sleek, like you could, but it's sort of like a government enslavement of you if they do that. Because yes, they can reduce debts by printing money, but your wages will not keep up with the inflation. So you will become a slave very quickly in your own country. So money printing is it's a tax on the poor. And it's unfortunate because I feel like people who are not financially well off, they don't always understand all these financial concepts. So they're very easy to convince of a bad idea. Very easy. Here we have Dust Skull. Ooh. You can be convinced of a bad idea pretty fast because you don't really know what's going on with all that money. So a cheap slogan like everything free, it just works. And the Founding Fathers were literally scared of that. It's in their writings. The Founding Fathers say, in a democracy, when the people realize they can vote themselves money, the democracy is over. That was one of the Founding Fathers said that back when they were forming our republic, right? They didn't want people to vote because they were scared of them. They were scared of people voting. Because they had just researched the fall of Rome and the fall of Greece and the fall of this and the fall of that. And they said, oh, well, the problem is the people eventually find out they can vote for money. But we're at that point now. So, what happens next? That's why guys like Kiyosaki and Peter Schiff talk endlessly about buying. Oh, we're going to buy gold. You got to buy gold, Bitcoin, whatever. Peter Schiff doesn't like Bitcoin. But they're really constantly talking about the inevitable collapse of the dollar, the inevitable collapse of our monetary system, because they do not believe the average person is capable of creating a good financial system that stops the government from inflating the dollar to zero. They don't believe that. So they're like, you have to buy something. Could be real estate, but, in a scenario where nobody has money, even the real estate might not perform. So they go, well, there's just one thing, the global currency, which is gold. So they're all waiting for the collapse. And yeah, gold did actually go up 50% this year, but then it kind of fell back down. Robert Tumman, one spot in the mega Gandor sublist. Gandor! Mister, when the checks were coming during COVID, would you get a boost in orders when they was hit? Oh, like crazy. That was my best year. Oh, you should have seen the money I was making. It was disgusting. I mean, I would do one stream and my account would have 7,000 more dollars in it. One stream. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I got rich that year. And then I quickly poured that into that blue lake house. And that blue lake house, which we bought for $500,000, is now a $700,000 house with a 4% interest on it. And yeah, I mean, it was wealth transforming for me, but not for everyone else. And that's one of the things that's one of the problems with that. That was actually, if you really think about it, that was a test run for UBI or whatever it's called. What's it called? It's called Universal Basic Income. It's kind of a test run for it. Everyone got a check, and you know who got rich? Not the people receiving $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000. Walmart got rich. Amazon got rich. They got rich like F, dude. They got so rich from that. Think of all the money that poured into their websites and into their stores as a result. So it's like a socialist handout to a corporation. And then the people who own the corporation get rich. So a bunch of people with $4,000 go into Amazon and Walmart. They can't buy a home with $4,000. So millions of people spend that on Amazon. But then you got these corporate guys who earn that money, the 4,000 here, 4,000 there, and it adds up. And what do? They buy their fifth vacation home. They buy their penthouse in Malibu. They buy their their New York fifth story condo or whatever. I don't know. So that's what they do with all your money. Just lots of little people with $4,000. You can't buy anything meaningful with that. You buy like a pair of shoes or something, right? You buy some candy. But all that money pours, it trickles to one person eventually, and he goes and buys something that is meaningful. So that's one of the problems with those handouts. You think that the handouts are the solution. It accelerates the wealth divide. It accelerates it. It actually accelerates it really rapidly. And people don't understand that math, and I wish they did. But they don't understand that. And it is all part of the cynical belief system of guys like Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He's a cynicist because he believes the average person is too stupid to understand the monetary system. He believes if you took all the money away from the rich and gave it all to the poor, in a couple years, that would give it back to the rich. They would give all that money back to them. It would just trickle back to them eventually. So he believes that there's a fundamental intellectual problem with the people at the bottom rung. So he becomes very cynical and doesn't like them. It's sort of like a hatred from the rich to the poor, right? And you might, I don't know, I didn't think that was a real thing. I think it's a real thing. When I was younger, I didn't think that was real. I'm definitely certain there's a dislike of the rich from the poor onto the rich. But, it's a bad thing. It's not a good thing. We should all be getting along with each other. We're all on the same team. We're all on the same team. We're all Americans. And it doesn't feel that way these days, but that's supposed to be true. If you're a Democrat and I'm a Republican, we're on the same team. We're both Americans. And sadly, it doesn't feel that way, and it's disappointing. But, it's just kind of how it is, I guess. But that's how it's supposed to be. Take a picture of these nines. We got a new channel just for nines. Cool, right? There we go. We both pay taxes to the same government. We root for ourselves to win the same wars, I think. You know what I'm saying? All that's, it's all been kind of bemuddled or something. I don't know what the word is. Befuddled. All right, where's our next giveaway? Do we already hand out? Let's get a new one. And did we write it down? I got to write it down if we handed that other one out. All right, so that was $49. What do you guys want the next one to be, huh? The point of the stimulus was to put the money into the economy, essentially an Oh, what just happened? Oh, weird. The whole page just refreshed. That's weird. Essentially an artificial boost. Yeah, and so this is a big criticism, actually. That's a manipulation of the market. That's what it is. That's the government saying, here, market, just have a bunch of free money and do that so that you don't go down because we want you to look really good. We want you, the market, to look really good so that nobody pulls their money out in fear. And it's a manipulation because with COVID shutting down the economy and the lockdown shutting down the economy was actually bad. It was like, it was a dead man walking and you should have pulled your money out. But instead, the government changed the rules of the game. It said cheap loans and tons of liquidity and everyone just gets free money to spend. So now you're in a hyperinflation scenario. And it's like, well, you better go bury your money in real estate, which is what we did. We ran off and we bought real estate because we said, oh, God. So it was a hyperinflation scenario to avoid bad optics or maybe like a lack of confidence in the market. And, and now it's 2025, 6 years later, you have an affordability crisis. You can't afford rent and you can't afford a home, But not just that, you can't even afford to retire like your parents could because the cost of a stock spiked because of all the extra money. So you got Bitcoin's absorbed all this money. The stock market's absorbed all this money. Pokemon cards have absorbed all this money. So they're all artificially more expensive, not from real demand, but from fake demand. And it's good if you were there to take advantage of the inflationary period, but it's really bad if you're young. David Mallory, can I get a box of EV3 and 6 Pokey Shuffles? You got it, David Mallory, Mr. David. Here you are. Oh, yeah. So, and that's what'll happen next time, too. So the more money that the government just hands out for free, the faster it'll all inflate. Maybe the price of food won't inflate because you can always grow more apples. You can always plant more potatoes in the ground. But you know what you can't really make more of out of thin air? Houses. You can't do it. And so you'll have the government raise the debt ceiling and give more money out for free and print more money. And the response to that will be, you will never afford rent, ever. It will never be affordable. You can use tricks to try to make it affordable. It won't work. You can never truly cheat the market. The market knows. The market's too smart. Let's see. So EB3. You can do stuff like price controls on rent. But then if you do that, the investors who create the real estate say, we're out. We're putting our money into something we're allowed to profit on. So all the money gets shifted away from real estate and the money gets shifted into something like AI chips or something, right? So money would have gone into real estate, but the investors realized, well, this is unprofitable now. So put it towards something profitable. There we go. You ready? All right. Mr. David. A 431-pound pie. It kind of feels like you have 60% of the earning potential that you had before. Yeah, and I don't know if it's earning potential, but what it is, the price of homes went up, but the price of wages did not. That is inflation. And it was caused during COVID. And now you have an affordability crisis. And there's really no magic wand. But here's one thing that will fix it. You ready? If you get a lot of homes built, right? And that requires productivity. You must build something. You must make something. There were 100 homes. Now there's 1,000 homes. Now the problem is solved. So productivity is the solution. It is. You must build new houses, tons of them. Hundreds must build. There you go. And that all of a sudden solves your, that solves your problem, solves the bottleneck. The bottleneck, not enough groceries. Well, we need more farmers. Not enough homes. We need more homes. There we go. Really what the government should do is create a tax incentive for home builders. The government should say, we're having an affordability crisis and there's not enough homes. So we would like to lower taxes on home builders. If you come into America and build lots of homes, we will go ahead and let you earn lots of money and not even tax that money because now we have what we really need, which is a home. They can just give you cash and no home ever gets built. But now you have more money to spend on a home and that just raises the price of homes because everyone has more money to compete for the same number of homes. Right? Like, so if the number of homes stays the same and you've got more expendable cash because the government made everything free for you, the irony is the price of the home goes up because people bid a higher price on it because they got more leftover money. Problem not solved. You need more homes. Ooh, look at this. Anyways, how do you guys like that? Is that a fun conversation? I think about this stuff all day long, the same way I play video games. It's just a video game for me in the end. It really is. I could be wrong, by the way, too. I assume that I could be wrong, and but those are my thoughts. Like as a game playing strategist, build a ton of homes, problem solved. So how do you get a ton of homes built? Well, it has to be profitable enough to build a home. Well, what can the government do to make something more profitable? Give them a tax incentive. Instead, if you're raising taxes on home building, which is effectively what it is. No one's going to want to build a home. Here we are. Very nice. Ooh. They're going to say, well, why would I build a home here when it's much safer to build a home in a state like Austin, or I'm sorry, Texas, Austin, Texas, or, you know, because they have a need for homes too. So where you want to build your homes, in a state that's friendly toward the creation of capital wealth, or in a state that's actually very dangerous for capital wealth, where it's sort of like everyone hates you, you know. And that's why you see those states like Florida and Texas, they're exploding right now, man. They're exploding. They're growing like crazy. Ooh, look at this. They're building houses so fast in Texas. Have you guys ever gone shopping for a home in Dallas, Texas? I have. I've gone shopping there many times. It's shocking. You could buy like a $400,000 home and it's massive. You could buy a $500,000 home and it's massive. If you go up into the millions, like if you want $1 million home, you could buy like a mansion for $1 million now in Dallas. So it's really shocking, and that's why that place gets the most growth. Everyone's moving there to take advantage of the fact that it's doing really well. Maybe there's a sort of threshold where that doesn't work anymore. I don't know. Like maybe once you have enough people, it reverses. So maybe in the end, like when there's a big divide between the rich and the poor again, you know, the demand for socialism just creeps back in. So I don't know how it works, but I'm sure when you're walking through Malibu, California, you go, oh yeah, raise the taxes on these mother effers. You know what I mean? So I assume stuff like that is the driving of the human personality, the human nature. There it is. Here we are. All right, what are you guys saying? What are you guys saying? They're building low-income apartments near me. Do you dislike that? You apply to be a rent control or Section 8 owner. The wind is consistent. A spot in the battle styles break. So messed up. David Mallory, a battle break. Battle styles break. Oh! That's still around, isn't it? It's somewhere, isn't it? Was I going to end that? I think we're ending that, David. I think I ended that. I think the battle styles break box is removed. No one was jumping in. Let me just double check that. Staff, BPB, Raucous. No, it's here. It's still here. I'm sorry. We have not ended it. It's still running. All right. Box of battle styles break. David Mallory is in. You got it. I think I was contemplating doing that, and I moved it to another shelf. All right. We got 2 people. There it goes. I'm so happy for you, bro. Congrats on your success. Thank you so much, Troy. Troy, you're so nice. Can't be California. I live a mile away from the beach. I'll pay whatever I have to. I tried moving to Boise, Idaho. Hell no. Here we are. You might be right. So you have a piece of land that everybody wishes to live on, and then it becomes very expensive because it's the most demanded piece of land. And then you start saying, hey, well, maybe we can force other people out of here by making it uncomfortable with the law. So I'm sure stuff like that is happening. There we go. Ooh. Oh. David Mallory with the D. Some people have speculated that the reason that California allows the issues with like the homelessness, besides the obvious reason that the charity system receives tons and tons and tons of money, the other reason why they don't want to get rid of it is because it actually scares people away from also trying to buy land and also trying to build homes out there. So that's one of the theories, is that they try to make it a really unlivable place as a competition for land and for real estate in that area. It's a fascinating concept. There we go. Okay, box EB3, 6 pokey shuffles, and a battle break. Thank you, David. Hey, let's pick a slab out for a giveaway. How about this guy, Slow Poke? All right, so Slowpoke, he's a $200 card, and what we're going to do, we're going to turn on subscriber mode, but you must have been here for 1 year. So, and we're going to, right away, we're going to hand out like 5 spots, okay? So we're turning on subscriber mode, and we're setting it to 1 year. Duration, 1 years. Okay, we're hitting save on that. And now, let's have the keyword be 100K. All right, keyword of 100K. Type that in right now, guys. 100K is the keyword. People who have been subscribed for 1 year are getting in early on the break. It's a good card. It's a slowpoke. CS-Men should want this. Let's put him in here. CS-Men, he's a big customer. Let's put him in here. He just gets in because he's a big customer. How about that, CS-Man? All right, now who else? So, oh, look at that. Look at all the people who've been subscribed for a year. So we've got CS. You got in twice! Holy! What are the odds of that? Wow. Here's Annie Man. Now, don't get too excited because you might still not pull it, but that's a good start. Annie Man. We like Annie Man. CS-Man and Annie Man. Joshua Rodriguez is in. Thank you, Joshua. Okay. And Mr. Thomas Hogue. Let's give out one more spot. And then we're going to turn subscriber mode off. So you can all join it after this point, okay? Edwin Delcid. Thank you, Edwin. Okay, so that's 5 spots that went early to 1-year subscribers. Thank you, everybody. Now we're going to open it up to anybody. We're hitting save. And so now you guys can all type in 100K to get into this break. So you're all going to get a shot. There you go. A whammon? What? Big time, man. That's cool. You can do that. All right. We're going to jump back over here. We're going to grab this. We have Jose Toros Santos. This is to add towards my Giovanni's Machamp Tag 10. Also, congrats on 100K. Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Let's go put this away. Let's see. We're going to grab this here. And this goes to 210. Boom. All right, 210 remains. Thank you very much. It has been a really busy night, of course, probably for 2 reasons. First of all, are the fact that we reached 100,000 subscribers is very fun, but also it's a Thursday night, Friday morning. We love Friday mornings. I love this long stream. We usually do a longer stream. Oh, it's actually 5:30. That sucks, dude. We started this stream late because my internet was down. How stupid was that? Yeah, internet was down, and we started the stream on cell phone internet hotspot. And then just as we started, the internet came back up. Yeah, they're doing some big-ass road work up the street from us. They're like, I think they're burying the electricity. So I think they're going to take down the power lines and put all of it underground. And I bet you that messes with the internet. All right. It's Jen. Hey, what's up, Jen? So we're going to jump over Shamir. We'll go a little extra long because it's a celebration night, okay? One more Gandor spot because I don't know what we're celebrating, but congrats. What? We're celebrating hitting 100K followers. So there's the mega sub list. Mr. Robert, you've got spots number 6 and spot number 7. Okay, 6 and 7. There it is. Aha, you got me to say 6, 7. All right. 1, 2, 3 spots left on that mega sub list. Ooh. I think I put you on a giveaway spot. Is this still around? I think I tried to give you a... Oh, I remember. I put you on a list for a Psyduck, Jen. Oh, actually, I've got a gift for you. I put this to the side as well. I'm just kind of cleaning up. I got a lot of slabs right now. So don't buy this from me. This is for Miss Jennifer Yap. Save for Jennifer. We are. Because I remember you like Psyducks. Now, that one's a PSA 1. So he's not really, you know... He's not like a 10. I'm sure it would be better to collect a 10. So he's just like a cheap little fun gift. Here we are. I ran into this the other day, and I said, you know, just give that to Jennifer. Who cares? Okay. All right. I'm supposed to give out $1,000 worth of cards, Jennifer. Or not $1,000, $5,000 worth of cards. And I said, Jennifer's definitely got to get something. You were like one of the biggest customers in 2024, I want to say. There you go. How's your collection doing? Hopefully you didn't sell too much of it, right? You are. If you did nothing but hold that collection, I'm pretty sure you got kind of, you had to have done well, right? I want to believe you did. Because after January 1st, it all changed, man. And this is going to say 60. There it goes. Very nice. Jennifer Ball, I love the Psyduck. Hey, Tam Tam, let's go. All right, place this over here. haven't sold anything. Nice. Francisco Cruz. All right. So, yeah, this would normally be the end time is 5:40, but we can go a little extra long. It just means I won't get my PSA submission done tonight. Or will I? I'm doing very well, thanks to my investments in your channel. That's so good to hear, because I know you had bought a lot of cards, and I know a lot of those cards jump pretty heavily over time. Keep holding. Nice, Cisco. I haven't sold anything. When the Poke Nation got attacked, the Poke Nation... Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, dang, dude, crazy. We were, take a look at this. I want to show you this. Hold on. So look at these, I don't even have a price for Dark Explorer, but look at this Dragon's Exalted, because I think you opened some of those. Those are like 480 now, and this is 540, and this is 255. How crazy is that? I don't even know if they'll sell at that price, but this is based off of like a sealed box price, by the way, because these do come out of sealed boxes. These are not loose packs that we bought online loose. So I know they're like 100% not resealed, 100% not like, you know, like nobody used a metal detector or CT scanned them or any of those things. And so there's a premium on them. And I was thinking about that because that was kind of how we priced them in the past too, right? You were getting sealed packs out of sealed boxes. And oh, man, that Dragon's Exalted must have been like, what, like half that price at least. Must have been more than half. And we were opening them back then, and you were opening them a lot, especially. And I'm thinking, man, she got so many cards out of those before they jumped in price. It's a pretty lucky thing to have gone deep on Pokemon cards in 2023 and 2024, man. So what's all this? Wow, we got a lot of stuff, man. I still got to get these repriced. Jennifer, we grade so many cards now. I grade like, I have like a contract with Tag to get like 500 slabs graded per month. And I can't even keep up with it, actually. I failed. I got like 400 done for October, I think. I couldn't do it because I couldn't get enough time together to do it. It wasn't even a money thing. Like, I have the money in the account to grade the cards, and I can't keep up with the time it takes to actually put a submission together. I actually need to contact them and tell them that, like, man, I can't actually get 500 done because I don't have the physical time needed to get 500 done. Like, I need to hire somebody to submit cards for me. But the thing is, I don't like to submit cards that are going to grade poorly, you know? So I have to go through my cards and check the good ones. Look at that, beautiful. I got so many. You should hire somebody to price them. Just send a list. I would have eventually want to move to a place that's good to raise a family in, since HARPG. Yeah, sure, man, definitely. And that's a great question, you know, what's a good place to raise a family in? Look at this hair cross, graded on 4.8. So the first thing you do with a card like this is you take a look and you say, is this really an 8? And then you go, yes, it is, because look at the centering between this part and this part. That's going to be 8 centering. So now we got to look at the price on an 8 for this hair cross. Because you never know, because PSA, if you could upgrade this to a 9 or something, is instantly worth more. So we're going to say PSA 8 hair across. You know what? We're probably not even going to find this card, will we? Hair cross returns. I remember I sold you, I think I sold you like a reverse hollow Delta Species Snorlax, Jen. And I checked on that item the other day, and it had absolutely exploded in value. And that was just one card. It is. I have so many sealed vintage packs. Happy I hid them and did not rip them. Yeah. You know, I regret the boxes I sold at the time. Like, I sold some Heart Gold, Soul Silver. You know, I just sold a little bit of everything. You have to do that as a shop. You have to have stuff for sale, or else you don't have a shop. You know, you have to have something to sell. But it's like, I look back on it, I'm like, oh my God, imagine I just kept those things. Like, near the end of 2024, we opened up a whole box of Hidden Legends, and it was like $400 a pack. Man, I could have just kept that box. It would have been so easy. But, you know, it was good times. And again, you got to have something to sell, or else, you know, people don't have a reason to show up. So that's part of the game. And it's just crazy how much everything changed. It is. I'm very grateful that happened, because, you know, imagine the opposite thing happened. Imagine the price went down on everything, and then all these people who bought cards from me just kind of got royally screwed. They look back, and some people do either way, right? Some people like open an expensive booster pack and they don't pull anything out of it, and they just get bad luck over and over and over again. Let's see, that box sold so fast. It's crazy. Modern is doing well too. Yeah, that I did not expect. I didn't know Sword and Shield and even the latest sets were going to get so expensive. But yeah, it all went nuts. Let's see what we got. So we got, we're going to hit refresh. We do have an order from Mr. Francisco. All right, we're going to click on this. We got Mr. Cruz. He says 5 Inferno X. All right. Very good. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I didn't like it when I was a kid, but I love it now. I got some vintage tints also unopened. All right, let's snip through this, because maybe a little snipe. Mr. Francisco? Yeah, I was mentioning this the other day. The real trick to the card collecting is to have just bought a bunch and then to really not sell it. And that takes so much discipline. It's so hard to do that. So hard to do that. Here's a cold one. And a cold one. I think when you have something sitting in your pocket and it's got like this theoretical value to it, the urge to sell it is so high. You're like, I got to sell that. And the people who all hold on to that stuff were really people who, A, you're either too lazy to sell it, which is, it's very possible actually. But B, it's people who really, really wanted to just keep it. You just wanted to have a collection. Mr. Francisco, we got one Flygon D's. All right, now I got to get your bag. It's kind of hidden over here. I got to get some of this stuff off the table. Oh, here's a nice break. The base set Japanese pack is 15 out of 25. Here's a gym break. So I got rid of the gym breaks, but we have one last gym break. So you can jump in here if you'd like. I'll run it if you'd like. Yeah, we're getting rid of the gym breaks. I think my reasoning was that they were redundant. I think that was my reasoning. Look at these sleeves that have like price tags on them. They really ought to be reused. I hate throwing these away. What breaks do you have going on right now? Yeah, I'd be happy to show you. We always have a rotation of fun breaks. And so obviously this is one of them. All right. Now, here's one of the shortest breaks. This one's going to be Lucario Melmetal in a tag 10. Here's a Staff Team Rockets Tyranitar. Sealed-Off Vintage Blastoise. This is one of the most popular ones. Are you ready for it? This bad boy. So that's the Gengar Mega Break. Ooh, Gengar continues to be very desirable. And he's a 1 in 8 odds at $400. But most people don't buy the $400 booster pack. So they buy the $40 sub list is what they buy. And here's the sub list over here. Yeah, we call this the Mega Break. Here it is, the Mega Sub List. 3 spots remaining on that Mega Sub List. And then it ticks up to 5. One of the spots got sold back to me. It was a guy who said he had an emergency, so I guess I bought it. I didn't want to. Yeah, so it would have been at 6 after this next sub list. So here we have the pack split as well. That's for Team Rocket. It's an unlimited pack. Those have just gotten really expensive over time. And there's also this really nice 9 slab break going on. It's a 1 in 29 odds, so it's a little expensive. Your odds are tough. $40. If you actually get pulled here, which again, your odds are quite low, but if you were to get pulled here, you get all 9 of these, and it comes with Charizard, Blastoise, they're all 10s, Venusaur, Ivysaur, Wartortle, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Pretty good. We just made a video about this, and that video got a lot of views, so that's one of those signs. We kind of use social media as a measure of the desirability of a card. You can usually tell what's going to do well by how well it performs on social media. So the fact that these are all graded by tag at the same time, so they're like a big group, it's very sexy. Very sexy. And now you can have a $40 chance to pull the entire thing to yourself out of our custom boosters. We kind of upgraded the custom boosters too. Now when you open them, they don't just pay out like a common card. Now they can pay out like maybe a hit. So we're kind of making them more fun. Okay, Francisco, we needed to find your bag because you got a card. And oh, here it is. And I was going to say, and I don't know where I set the card. So we're kind of trying to clear this area out. Actually, look at this. This is a chance for me to do some cleaning. This was from Halloween. These were still sitting out. I got to put these away somewhere. I think they go back here, don't they? Yeah, they go back here. Don't forget about my little Flygon. Have no fear. Every Flygon shall be put correctly into his bag. We don't want you to miss out on your cute little Flygon. Throw this away. This pack is $62. You can see it's a blister. The blisters are very favored among people. What is this? This was like some baggie of cards that a vendor gave me, I think, when I bought something from him. These are like Topps cards, huh? I don't know what to think about these. The hell? This was from some guy I bought a bunch of sketch cards from him. And then he gave me this as like a bonus. I was like, all right. Okay, put that to the side. Oh, yeah, the stands, huh? I never listed these. I got to get those listed. I'm so silly. Okay. Francisco Cruz. What'd I miss? You missed it. There we go. Okay, put that to the side. Pop this in here. Very nice. Pop this over here. And Fates Collide goes up here. Perfect. Oh, I know a really popular thing we started doing were these jumbo pack breaks, where we put together a big group of like booster packs from various sets, and then they get sold for $40. 1 in 4 are the odds. Really popular. Do you know the grip strength can be a good indicator of your overall health? Ooh, I'd love to try grip strength. He got tons. Star Wars. Did you ever get those Star Wars boxes? Yes, I did a restock on the Star Wars boxes because they were so dang popular. We have an order from Javier Arroyo. Javier Arroyo, 1 Crown Zenith for Tammy, 1 Prismatic Evolutions for me. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, you got it, man. That's for Zammy. And here's one. No. This is for Zammy, and that's for you. All right, let's get that snipe going. Today's been a busy day, huh? Grip that Diglett. Yeah, something like that. Grip that Diglett. What do we got here? Sal landed. Gouache. Here we are. It's pretty rough. It's the thought that counts. That's very generous, Mr. Javier. Tell you what, let me write you down on the donations list for, what would that have been, like 20 bucks or something? I think it's like 20 bucks. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Ta-da. Were there any other giveaways? I actually can't remember. Did anyone else do a charity? I got to remember that. If somebody does a charity, make me write it down. Okay, guys, we got to track it. My number is about to explode by 5,000 in a minute. Okay, good. I'm going to be checking my grip strength later tonight. You know what I'm saying? All right. Here we have Screamtail, Hippopotamus, and Okie Dokie. Nice. Okay. Javier, just some hollows. That is the way the Pokemon cookie crumbles. Cookies, that sounds nice. No cookies for me. I got to stay healthy now. I had the Halloween candy. I got to take a break from all that now. Okay. Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Javier. Now we have an order from Miss Jen. She says, I'll go on the Gengar sublist and the Sealdos Blastoise. Ooh. Here you go, Miss Jen. All right. So here is the Mega sublist. It's going to say number 8. All right. So this is real close. That's 2 spots left. All right. And, oops. And then also a spot in the Blasty Boy. Let's grab this. Okay. Has my order via the website come through? Oh, I need to I haven't refreshed the website. I'm still getting good at the website. We got a brand new website, guys, and it is actually kind of popular. Like, we don't have new ZELLE orderers very often, but now we're getting people ordering on the website quite frequently, actually. Norman, Albert, Miss Cactuar Queen. So I got to get better at refreshing that every single time. I apologize. I don't think I refreshed it on the last go around, actually. So let's go ahead and create a sticker for this real fast. Okay. Cookies say only good warm. What? Oh, cookies are only good warm. This shall say a vintage. Good. Lovely. Toss this over here. Now, that's completed. That's completed. That's completed. That's completed. Let's go ahead and hit refresh on the website. The last order was number 353. So now we have an order number 354. Now, wait a second. So this order, the status on it says failed. It might not have worked. Let me take a look into this. Kind of a test order, huh? Why does it say failed? Da, 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 da. I noticed in the notes you mentioned that you'd like to keep the bulk. So for a live rip and ship, we can't do that, especially for shipping to Australia, because it would be very expensive to ship bulk to Australia. It really would. What you would end up doing essentially, I mean, I'm just going to advise you to drop the bulk, because what you would end up doing is you'd end up paying like a ridiculous amount to ship what are effectively very cheap cards. You'd be better off just buying bulk from within Australia. Wanted to check first. Congrats on the website. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, we just got that about 2 weeks ago. Obviously, I've been dragging my feet on having a website, but it's been a good thing. But let's see. So I don't understand what it means when it says that. Like when it says that. So. Da, 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 da. It says here, payment provider declined the payment. Please use a different payment method. Huh. I wonder why that is. Let me log into PayPal, see what PayPal has to say about that. Ooh, little headache there. What the hell? Okay, let's see. Let's hit refresh on this. Sometimes when you place a first-time order to like a guy halfway across the world, either your credit card or your payment system gets very insecure about it. It's like, okay, is this normal? So you might get like a security check on your account. So they might be like, did you intend to send money to this person? And then you'll have to confirm, why, yes, I did intend that. And so I'm betting that something like that's going on right now. That's usually if there's, yeah, exactly. There's like a blocker or something. In the last stream, I saw Mewtwo V Pokemon Go. Did he get a price? That one did not get a price. He was being considered as a break. So we've got, this is the break that we went with, but that Mewtwo could be a future break very soon. Oh, ooh. We should give away one of these McDonald's cards, or not, did I say McDonald's? One of these Mickey Mouse cards too. That'd be cool. We've had those Mickey Mouse cards. Let's see. This guy was priced at 150 on 925. Might be about time to wrap up the stream, actually, guys. Believe it or not, it's almost 6 a.m. in the morning for me. And I do have a little bit of work to get done for Miss Alexis. Like, I have to get this shipping prepared. And I could work on that. I could work on that PSA submission. I don't know if I can get it done in time for her to ship it out, though. Japanese. Mister, I'm going to miss the morning stream. You're going to miss the daytime stream tomorrow? Okay, this card has gotten cheaper. So we're going to be lowering the price on this bad boy. Looks like he's for sale for $100. Perfect. So we shall do 100. It actually makes him a pretty good card for like the Poke Shuffles or the live customs. I go fishing in like 1 hour. You go fishing? Man, I could fish so much where I live. I could be a bass pro over here. And I actually don't like fishing, so it doesn't matter. Kind of makes no sense, does it? Okay, this shall be $100. Good. There you go. I'm just a Kansas boy. What? You're just a Kansas boy? Well, shucks. Every day, I'm going to get a spot in the Ancient Origins break. Oh, right. I don't know if I mentioned this. Okay, here we are. So, for those of you who are new, but also Miss Jen, we do have this cool Ancient Origins vintage box break going for $260 a pack. So that's for everyone to be aware of. And, yeah, you know, CSman, you ought to take at least one pack in there just to be part of the fun, you know. You don't got to buy like 100 packs, but just one pack will do it. Salmon, King Salmon, baby. Nice, dude. All right, the price on this is not 40. Let me get the real price. We're going to say poker slow, bro. I can't get 20 spots. I'll get 6 to 7 maybe. Go. Let's see. If you're looking to have fun, try getting, I would get at least 4 because that gives you a very high chance for either an EX or a ancient trait to pop out, which is what you want. Now, this is a red, and the cheapest one online is for 115 from Canada. Oh, Canada. Blah, 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 blah. I'm definitely getting more than 45. If you want to, man, that sounds good to me. I'm not going to complain. I'd love to see that box go off, you know? I'm sure Brett Love would like that too. He's been in there. It's going to be 120. Okay. Well, we are ready to wrap up at 6 a.m. in the morning, guys. What a great start to the giveaway. We've got so much more to give away because I don't think we've reached 5,000 by any means. Here's Issy Araguin. Issy Araguin. And number 8, Pokey Nostalgia. Pokey Nostalgia. Okay, so we're going to do a quick trick here. We're going to turn on subscriber mode to like 5 years or some crazy number, okay? Actually, let's set it to 6 years. How many people we got watching? Just 78? So custom duration. Now let's set it to, oops, not 18. Set it to 5 years. Okay, well, we're going to hit save on that. Now, if you've been subscribed for 5 years, try to say something. Try to say something. I want to see if anyone here. So we got CS Man. CS Man's been subscribed for 5 years. That's really crazy, man. It's really been that long. We are. Okay, Dark Knight. That's Carl. I'm going to put you down as Carl. For fun. For the good old days. Okay, anybody else? I don't think I've been subbed for 5 years. Oh, there's Tammy. So Tammy's going in. Now, here's the fun part. So this giveaway here is one of the big ones. This is a $1,000 giveaway, and it's actually really special. It's Population 9 holographic Lugia, and you guys will go into this round as well. And this one has a long way to go, so don't get comfy. Very low chance you pull this, okay? Tammy Lowe, Carl. Thanks for being subscribed for 5 years, guys. And CS Man, surprisingly. CS Man a long time ago came in. He was a little younger, and he started buying booster boxes of like Cosmic Eclipse, and it was a really bizarre but interesting thing. He would buy that. He would buy some other things too, and all these years later, he's a little more grown up, and now he buys Pokemon. How cool is that, guys? Rex the Jack says 100K. This account also is 5 years. That's funny. Wow. Yeah, I was 13. So now you must be like 18 or 19. You're going to college. That's super cool, man. You got your whole life ahead of you. You know, you're lucky. I envy you, CS Man. You know, the younger you can be, the better, because they're coming out with all these breakthroughs in AI. And by the time you're my age, they're going to have so many more advanced medicines. I'm going to miss all that. I'm going to be dead. Javier says 56 months. Woo! That's a long time. That is let's see, divided by 12. That is almost 5 years. You were just 4 months away from it, actually. I'll toss you on there. Why not? Let's toss you on there. You're very close to it, actually. I'll toss you on there. Okay. All right. How can you see how long? I bet I'd be here for 4 years. How do you find out how long you've been subscribed? Hell yeah, thanks, mister. I think I'm 1.5 years. That's crazy. I used to watch you when I was 13. Yeah, you know, I used to beat up on kids sometimes, you know, young teenagers and such. I shouldn't have done that so much, but maybe I should realize as they get older, they will want to hang out for real, you know? All right, so that's the end of the stream, but we got so much more to give out. I've not reached 5,000, and this card will be running for a long time. So it'll be a list of 20, a list of 20, a list of 20. We'll do that 5 times, I think. That's a big one. So you'll have multiple chances to jump in there, but we're going to be a little biased toward longtime members for the big pull, okay? And that'll continue. We're on to 110,000 subscribers now. We just started that. Today is the journey now to 110,000. Can I coin flip for a pack? Says Nuber Rips. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think we better. I think I'm prepared to hit that off button. So we're at 100,012 subscribers. Very fun. Thank you, everyone. It was nice to see you, Miss Jennifer Yap. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, it was nice to see you. And I'm glad to hear about your collection doing very well. I am going to go stretch and relax and prepare the shipping for Miss Alexis. Okay, see you later, everybody.